All right, all right. I understand that this is not normally the the time frame that I usually come on. I usually come on in the evening, as there are majority of those that I teach to are here on Turtle Island, aka America. So I know, many of them have day jobs. So I do not expect as many eternal souls to be here as usual. It's okay. It will be it will be seen on the rewatch. Uh, but as always, in all ways, Mësët to all the beloved across the realm. Um, this is a joyful moment for I, and it's kind of like a bummer, just a little bummer at the same time, at the same moment. Um, I could come on here and play dumb and act like I don't know the situation that's going on and act like I'm not aware. I've already been contacted. Am I going to sit and watch the archaic's response to the part one of this teaching, the whole hour and 56 minutes? No. I'm just not in a disrespectful way, but no. You honestly couldn't pay me to. You couldn't give me $500 to sit there and watch it for 150, 1 hour and 56 minutes. Did I watch about 15 minutes of it? Yes, I did. This Rising. And see, I don't go off words. I go off energy. And at this moment, there's a group here that are present in the now that are remembering who and what they truly are, and they're operating with that same essence. That essence is your spirit emanating from the piece of you which is eternal. That is what we call soul. Your soul is the seed, the triple black seed of the mother. Although I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, no matter where I lay down in green pastures. That's your heart emanating the green light. Green is life. It's the perfect balance. It's harmony. You have micro, meso, and macro. Okay, we're in the meso, aka the anus, the is it not anise, the word for tree of life. Um, it'll come to me, but the not Annus Mundi, but the Axis Mundi. Okay, we're in the that's where we're at. Okay, that's the Anu key. It's where the higher self meets the lower self. It's where the eagle, the wings meets the serpent. And that's why you see the wings of the serpent going up the caduceus staff, okay? That you've been told is evil, and all serpents are evil, and all of this stuff, okay? If it was that evil, then how come all the earthworks that predate any of these books, anything, are all revolve around the serpent? Because there's reptilians, and no, I'm here to tell you. Okay, I have articulated previously that I have been the beneficiary of 13,000 years of knowledge passed down orally. we have books? Yeah, we have books that were given to us. Do we write our own books? So that's why it's very rare that someone like I will be that already wrote a book, and I'm just waiting on confirmation from the greatest of spirit to unveil it to the public. Okay, uh, and but this is all learning. All of this that's happening is learning experiences because I know people personally in my physical life who have went through experiences where they wrote books and they got hijacked by people and their teachings got hijacked and they were in their teachings in the book and the book got hijacked and monetized. I know numerous souls that this happened to. So it's almost like I'm kind of like going through a similar situation where I see how it can happen. So there's no such, when you're in alignment, there's no such thing as a loss, a L. The only L is not Saturn or a loss. It's a learning experience. It's an opportunity to learn from it. And if you do not use the opportunity to learn from it, instead of just being defensive and putting everybody down around you and everybody's wrong except me. Yet this time I'm saying the word me, not I, because it's me. Only me. Only me. I'm the only one with the truth. I'm the one that did this. I'm the one that did that. Not once have you gave any credit to the source of where you come from. Not saying you, beloved. I'm saying there's many teachers online who are YouTubers. They're content creators. Okay. So last night after I did make a post on Facebook, it was kind of like a venting point for a lot of souls. A lot of souls vented on how they feel about the situation, on how they feel about archaics, how they feel about and everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I'm not going to knock you for your own opinion, but here's the dilemma. People are getting offended after they share their opinion and then someone responds to their opinion. And now the response becomes the enemy. How is the response the enemy? Okay. Brother Micah, let me be clear. I know Micah, well, now a little bit better. Well, actually, no, let me take that back. I know Micah just as well as I know Jason. I know Micah Dank just as well as I know Jason. Never met neither one of them physically. Okay. The difference is everything that Micah has ever told he followed through with it. He was a man of his word. Everything that Jason told the bottom fell out of it. Okay. That's the difference. So I know them both the same amount. I've had about the same amount of conversations with both of them. There's the difference is the fruit. I can't go by your words. I can only go by the fruit of your spirit. What is produced by your spirit, not your words. Okay? You can get online, say anything. Anything. Okay? And at this point, no one checks, especially with books. When we're talking, people think that I have this thing against books. This is what you must understand. There's a large group, a mass that is still connected. It doesn't matter if you're not into the Zodiac, but still connected. If you don't want to say the age of Pisces, they're still connected to the paradigm that is dying. It's it's a paradigm based on solely masculine energy, and that's not the natural order of things. So it's built on sand, and the storm is coming. The tide's coming in, the tide of the great mother, okay? The waters of the mother, the moon, the reflection of self. It's coming back. The karma, the echo, the ego, the tides are coming in on that echo. That reverberation of the energy of the seeds that you have sown, that harvest is coming back. There's many ways you can say it. And what you have is people that is still standing with their weapons, their swords, their staffs, the this, that, the other, and saying, get rich or die trying. Basically, they're standing with their old energy that is dying. It can't see that the masculine energy can't reproduce itself. It needs an external source. That's called the creativity or the imagination or the intuition or the creative energy, the source of all creativity. Okay. So you have the masculine energy that has hijacked this realm for about 7,000 years now. And even before that, they did it with Atlantis. And how do I know this? Because I know it. And this is where people can't comprehend. I don't have anything against books. I love books. I have an extensive book collection. I have a book that's from single-digit centuries. Before 1000 BC. I have a book that is actually from like the 7th century. 7th century AD. Okay, I can't even show it on here because then people, because we must know there's not everyone on here is benevolent, most, but if I show it on here, there's people and entities that can trace the location and know that I have the book currently at this location, and there's no telling what could happen in that situation. Therefore, the book is put up. It's not. I don't keep it with I. All right. That's why I've never showed it. I would like to, and maybe one day I will. And I will show you, and you'll know. As I told you before, it was passed down to our tribe, my bloodline, the bloodline of I in this realm, by the race that we would call giants, that was known on Turtle Island as Jaredites. Okay? The red-haired giants. The Eridu's, the Erudites, the Jaredus, the Jaredites. Okay? All right. So what I didn't want to do was I didn't want to mention archaics, but I did reach out to an elder, to a dragon chief. I asked for his advice in this situation because I was on the fence about it. And so I'm not going to do a whole teaching. I'm not going to give that much energy, but I explained everything to the elder. The elder, basically gave me their anointing and said, I think you should briefly address it. So that's what I am going to take the advice of the elder, and I will briefly address this. We're going to play a quick clip, and I'm just going to speak as it's going to be fast, and then we're going to jump into the teaching. For all those, for all those that left comments in the last teaching Micah was on about, Chief, we love you, but you gotta let your guests talk more. Listen, this wasn't, I'm not being smart. that teaching didn't say Micah Dank part 2. It wasn't. I think you're like discombobulated about when a guest comes on over here. It's not that they have the floor. It's called a build. We go back and forth. It's just like us talking on the phone, and you guys get to listen in. We're really talking to each other. So that's like you listening in on a phone call and Micah just talking the whole time, and I'm on there like this. Chief, you there? Yeah, I'm here. You have anything to add? Nah, go ahead, brother. You got it. What if Micah can do that from his page? He has a page on Facebook. He could easily do that from his page. He has his own website. He could easily do that from his website. So when he comes here, it's Chief Iron Bush and Micah Dank, or Micah Dank and Chief Iron Bush, or whoever comes here. So I just want to say, and at the end, if you watched it all the way through, we both addressed it. And what did Micah say? He immediately said, "No, brother, that's why I come here. It's because I want to go back and forth with you. I want you to interrupt and intercede." Like I don't know what you guys think this is. This is not, what's his name, Rex something, the leak show or something. I'm not a host. I'm not interviewing people. This is a build, a meeting of the minds. If someone comes on, it's a meeting of the minds. And I say this in the most humble, respectful way. I'm just saying we even addressed it in the teaching, and there were still people that left the same messages that we talked about. So either you didn't watch the entire teaching, or I don't know. Sometimes I think it's bots on here, to be honest with you, because we know that's a real thing. I don't know. This whole paradigm, honestly, is getting old. That's why I told you what I'm doing. Where Chief Iron Bush is heading with this whole thing, it's not to get 200,000 subs, 1,000,000 subs on YouTube. Guess what? This is going to get shut down. YouTube is finna get scrubbed. So all these people that think their ego is just standing so tall because of a number, statistics, and views and subs and all that, I would rather have 7,000 subs that are quality, eternal souls than to have 250,000 lost souls that don't know what's going on and just stand for nothing, so they fall for anything. That just jumping from biblicanism to a new religion, idolatry, and got a whole idol too. Don't say nothing against the idol; they're idol. Don't say nothing against Michael Jordan about Michael Jordan to a LeBron James fan, or say something about LeBron James being better than Michael Jordan to a Michael Jordan fan. But they're both idol. It's all idolatry. Doesn't matter who you pick. Okay? I never take credit for any teaching that comes out, unveils over here. Not once. I don't take credit for anything that comes through Rod. The only thing that I did one thing that I can take credit for. I got out of the way. I got Ron Bush out of the way. That's what happened. That's the only thing I can take credit for. The persona, Ron Bush, yeah, the characteristics are still there. My dialect and everything, it just happens to be the way that this light was crystallized in the moment that I was be-earthed. that from my tongue, my lips, and my vibration comes out a certain dialect. Some people say, he sounds like he's from the hood. So what? I'm at one point you probably were a Christian. And if you know the story of Jesus, where was he at? He wasn't in the palaces and all that. He was in the hood. So everyone has, not everyone, but the masses, the ones that are throwing stones at everybody, have kind of lost the way. And as soon as the humble man even slightly defends himself, look, I told you I'm not vibing with Chief no more. See, he's talking about archaics. He's talking about Jason. That's hypocritical. When just in the last 48 hours, I clicked on 2-3 videos, watched 5 minutes of them each. Nothing but throwing shots at everyone. This man literally is calling scholars work trash. Yeah, Graham Hancock trash. David Friedel trash. This one, that one trash. Stern Brownie trash. Dion Fortune trash. That's all. And it's within 10 minutes of starting the video. But Micah and I do a teaching and clearly tell you this is not about archaics. We use it as an example. We showed you irrefutable evidence that the man has lied to his audience. And that wasn't the point of showing the video. The point was all staying on subject about the Zodiac, because the whole question was about the Zodiac and about how can you distinguish all these books you're reading from truth and false, true and false. But we're in a simulacrum. Everything's simulated except the books. That sounds a lot like Christianity, the story they tell you about the Bible. Everything can be touched and changed except the Bible. It's the unchanging word of God, the inerrant word of God. It's untouchable. No one can change the books. But we're in a simulation. But let's read every book in the simulation. And that's what we can lean on. That's what we can rely upon. And then let's laugh at the people who say they don't rely on books because they go inward to what? To the soul. The only thing we know is real, 100%. That's what you know. You know. It don't matter whether you know that this is Mother Earth and this Earth is alive. And everything here is alive, and this is not some prison planet. It's all only if you want to think it is. You just made it a prison planet. We know that the earth is living, okay? If you want to think you're in a simulation, you still have to know that the only thing real would be your soul. So that means the books are part of the simulation as well. So how are you going to lean on part of the simulation to use that as evidence that we're in a simulation? None of this makes, this is just common sense. We don't have to be scholars. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and play this real quick. Ronnie, I need my son to just make sure that the volume's right. I'm going to come back and y'all let me know if somebody give me a thumbs up. Let me know if you can hear the video. All right here. Just share the whole screen because I'm gonna end up.
It's not. The sound's not gonna play.
That's why I don't play. All right, we'll go ahead. Do what you was gonna do.
Which one?
Right there at the top. It's only one. Yeah. All right. Sound check.
Terrible. It really is.
Like I
You guys hear the video? Enerology said, your ego is so out of control. All I've heard from your channel is stolen from Brian Austin Lambert, The Shield, and God Gavlamsky. Then why are you here? What has drawn you here then? Why would your soul bring you to someone whose ego is out of control and you're here to watch somebody's ego? That doesn't make sense. That's what's his name? Terrence Howard, 1 + 1 = 3. That makes no sense at all. Your ego's out of control. You stole all your work from God Gavlamsky and Brian Lambert, but here I am, here to watch you because I want to learn from you. No logic. You're operating solely from the left brain. Listen, people can't comprehend. Like, I didn't finish my point. We can say we're coming out of the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius, or we can just say we're coming out of the dying paradigm of the distorted masculine energy into the energy of the sacred feminine repairing. Okay, that paradigm's dying. So people can't understand that there's people actually out here talking to trees. Trees are responding. Trees are responding to verbal and mental thoughts. Okay, animals are responding. People are petting cardinal birds. Hummingbirds are coming and landing on young girls, and hummingbirds are landing on children, drinking out of their water bottle. Okay, all the orcas in the ocean are flipping the oil tankers and people that are out there dumping hazardous material. The orcas. Okay, but it's a simulation though, right? But all the natural organic, the ones that are tapped into the organic energy, not NPCs, not someone that was cloned, Cabbage Patch, grown from a plant, which is real. I know that's fake too. I just pulled that. That's just made up too. But if you go back and you want to read your books, that'll be in your books if you search far enough too. So what you have to realize is there are people here that actually don't have souls. They only have spirit. They're animated. It's coming to the light. There's NPCs being filmed right now that is blowing their, I guess, prompt. I don't want to say mind. Their programming that people can actually picture pictures in their head, because that's our original language. Our original communication is images. That's why the Greeks call the word of God logos. That's why they still use logos to this day, because it speaks to your subconscious, which was the original communication. So the NPCs here can't visualize anything in their head. They can only explain it. They can only explain a pink horse. Well, it's pink. It has like a mane. It has 2 ears. It got like a long snout. But they can't visually make the picture in their head. They can't look over here and see the pink horse in their room, in their house. They can't do that. They don't have the power of creation. So therefore, they cannot comprehend. All they can do is regurgitate. So what they do is they feel threatened by this. At the possibility that I might not have a soul. I may not be eternal. I may just be one of these entities that are just spirit. That means when this realm changes, you're not going to go with it. You're just going to cease to exist. And I'm not saying it's about any particular person. I will say that I remember when, like I told you, I came across Jason when he had 1.7, he had 1,700 followers. I particularly remember him saying before he got COVID, which he claimed COVID wasn't real, but then he got COVID and said that he had COVID. But then a week after that, he said it wasn't COVID, it was radiation poisoning. But when he had tubes up and down his throat, he said he had COVID. It was real. But then it wasn't real, it was radiation. Okay, but I remember around that moment that he also said he's never had a dream in his life, ever. Say he never had a dream. If you've never had a dream, that means your creative energy is complete. You're completely severed from your creative energy. If you've never had a dream, that means your brain is unable to produce images and connect to the entire womb. You don't have access to the entire womb of creation. Now, am I insinuating somebody's going to hell and all that? No, I'm not going to operate out of dogma. And just because I speak with passion doesn't mean I'm speaking from the ego. So let's differentiate that. Just because I'm being direct and have a stern tone in my voice at this moment doesn't mean that's egotistical. That means I'm passionate about this. Okay? So did anybody hear the I was trying to give you a chance. I give everyone a chance. You provide good drama for entertainment. No, drama is when you go on someone's video and every video in the first 10 minutes, all they're doing is talking down on everybody's work. And for months trying to gaslight to try to get somebody bigger than them attention, like Billy Carson, like Graham Hancock, and try to like keep putting them down enough to try to get their attention to hopefully they will acknowledge me so I can move up to the next rank and get more of this money. That's the drama. We've been drama free until people come over here like yourself that start saying this. You didn't give me a chance with anything. The greatest of spirit leads souls here. Do I put out posts and say teaching today at 1:00? Did I send you a direct message and say, hey, teaching coming on? No, you popped up here. So if you don't have the eye to see why you're here, then that's not on me. That means your sacred masculine and your sacred feminine are not balanced because the sacred masculine is supposed to interpret the intuition and the guidance of the feminine energy. So if you were guided here by the greatest of spirit, there's no coincidences, but yet your distorted masculine is still fighting against. I tried to give you a chance, but now you went against my idol. He's the GOAT. No, you was good until you said anything about archaics, Chief. I messed with you until you actually proved archaics wrong. Come on, man. Miss me with that. That's the drama. Exactly, Dean. Thank you. I did nothing but help that man's teaching. We're gonna let me just play this. And you know what? Because this is rare for I to and I'm not saying this in a cocky way, but because I am always in all ways centered, I am able to come on here with this explosive energy and still leave here high frequency and with authentic love and enjoy my day and be joyful and full of authentic love in every step that I take. Okay, so let me be clear. That's the only reason aside from you guys already know, I don't move unless the Great Spirit, gives me the nod. And at this moment, it was given through an elder, through a dragon chief. If you don't know what a dragon chief is, I'm not going to get into it right now. Okay. So some of you mistake passion for ego, when the ego is, if you go through my teachings and watch the first 10 minutes and see how you feel the vibe. Well, if you have discernment, because if you're on here just talking about negativity and this and that, just because I showed your idol that he's a liar and his teachings aren't what he says and claims they are, boo-hoo. But go pick 5 random teachings of mine. Just watch the first 5 minutes and feel the energy. Do the same thing over archaics and see what you feel. Every single video you click on after the little intro, it's literally the first 10 minutes is just him talking down on any and everybody. This book is trash. This book is trash. This book, only the books that I read is not trash. Everybody else's work is trash. But when someone actually shows beyond a doubt that this man lied to you all, Aaron's, he lied. He quoted the page of the book and everything and told you the Zodiac didn't exist until 600 BC and didn't finish the quote. I showed it to you on the last teaching. He lied. And I'm the enemy because I showed you the man lied to you. Now that's egotistical. Come on. Was the whole teaching about archaics? We didn't even, after the first 20 minutes, we didn't bring that man up. So he's done a whole hour and 56-minute spill about me and Micah. Micah and I now. And everything he says, it's literally backwards of his actions. So I'm just going to play a little clip real quick. No, I'm a Virgo. I am a Virgo, guardian of the Earth realm. If you don't know, that's what Virgos are. Virgo is the original first moon. Cancer is the original first age, but Virgo is the original first moon. No, Aries are like rams. They just run. They're full of energy and they run around and they're social. But Aries kind of like their little energies a little all over the place. Okay. But I don't know who you're referring to about Aries, but Jason's Gemini. Okay. Virgo and Gemini are reflections because Mercury is in between us. Hermes, Thoth, whatever you want to say. Virgo and Gemini, say if Virgo's here, Gemini's here, my head would be Mercury. Okay. One is air, Gemini. One is earth. Okay. So one, if you want to look at it from that point of view, the Virgo stands more firmly solid. The Gemini is more airy and kind of like gets blown to and fro. Okay, that's the split personalities. The one day is blowing to the south, one day is blowing to the north. Okay, Virgo is gonna pretty much be that tree that's standing in the same place in your yard when you arise. Okay, it's gonna stand on truth no matter what, and the roots run all the way through the earth. Okay, air doesn't run all the way through the earth because it does in the form of water, because the water is air. Everything here is water actually. It's just because water is light and everything. It's just different densities of it, which they turn into the periodic table, the elements. meant the mind of L. Okay, it's just a way of separating and labeling the elements, the mind of L. That's the periodic table. But anyway, let's get this out of the way so I can move on. Yeah, Hermes is androgynous because the energy. It's Virgos and Geminis are the ones who are supposed to be balanced with the energy of thought, Thoth, Tahuti, the Jedi, the Force. Okay, Mercury. It's supposed to be rise up, and the consciousness is supposed to rise and infuse the two into one. That's what Mercury is supposed to be closest to the light. That's what the whole alchemical outlook on it is. But anyway, enough for the. That's why I don't read too many of the comments because they're, I don't like. I'm already doing something out of the norm with this. That I really did not want to do this. I just wanted to come on here, rise up, rising, meditate, get a few texts, emails showing this and that. I looked at it for a couple minutes, bunch of hogwash, but I felt that in my heart that it needed to be defended, and so I consulted an elder and gave him the whole rundown, and the elder gave me the anointing and said, and I completely thought the elder was going to say the opposite, like no, don't worry, don't worry not, which I'm not worried. I do worry not, but the elder basically gave me, I don't say blessing, the bemoring, their anointing, that yes, it does need to be addressed for a brief moment. So, did y'all hear the sound when I played the? Oh, it does. All right. Here we go. Oh, what's going on? What happened? Now I can't get it to play. Wait, I gotta go up here. Now I can't get the thing to play.
Say, I ain't never slept with Heather Locklear. All the fantasies in the world don't mean shit.
Nope.
Okay, so this is just specifically for Brother Tim. Jason just said he's never slept with Heather Locklear, all fantasies aside. Well, if you don't know, it's been proven that Heather Locklear was born a man, transvestite. So, Brother Tim, you'll know what I'm talking about on that one. But yeah, Heather Locklear is it's like common knowledge now. Heather Locklear is a transvestite. And there's a comment in this video where someone mentions that, and Jason's reply is, you just hurt me in my fantasy. So just want to put that out there, Brother Tim.
Motive force is important.
All fantasies in the world do not mean anything.
Yeah.
Another thing, this person sitting here, I don't know who they are, but they had a lot to say about Micah and I as well. Apparently, Jason met them in Las Vegas. You can tell he has very feminine qualities. There were comments made that says he's the new Dawn. he's taking Dawn's place. So just throwing it out there. I know you're gonna say shots fired and stuff. I'm just sharing some things that I observed as I was watching this for about 15 minutes. This Rising.
All right, some stuff. So what's going on with you and Chief Ironbush?
Oh, Mr. Chief.
Yeah, Mr. Chief.
Nothing really. I mean, nothing in my field.
Well, and I don't know what's up with this, like him not moving, and I don't know. It's a little odd. I have my theories on that, but I mean, you can see all the books and the archaics things and stuff. So I don't know, but let's just listen.
Well, he hasn't been on my radar. He was on my channel one time.
Yeah.
And that's because a lot of people really ask me, hey, man, people from his community.
Yeah.
Hey, man, why don't you come on my channel? So what?
So he said people from my community asked him if I could be on his channel. Not that I'm aware of. I don't. At that point, I was on Facebook. I had like 48K subs. So my community, I never put a post out that said, "Hey guys, go over to Archaics and start asking him, can I be on there?" Like anyone that knows that I don't operate like that. I could care less. I was contacted by him. I never asked him to be on the show. People were coming to the same way from his platform saying, man, you should do a teaching with Jason of Archaics. Okay. It's there's people. That doesn't mean it's from his camp just because they said that, and then people come over there saying Chief Ironbush are my people. That's already division. It can't just be people that watch and are searching for knowledge. It can't just be people. Why does it have to be separate? Aaron's or Chief Ironbush's tribe.
I said, okay, cool. I regretted it later. Yeah, I'm
So he regretted it later. When? Within 6 months, when it became the 22nd largest video ever. Because if you don't know, his largest video out of like 900, or it's like 1,000, it only has like 130K views. The teaching that I did on Archaics has 70K in 8 months. It has 65,000 in 6 months. I guess before it got put behind a $20 view. You gotta pay $20 to view it now. I don't know. Like, I really don't care about the the statistics from this parasitic cyst stem.
not vibrating. I'm not resonating with him at all. But
so he's not resonating with me at all. But if you go back and watch the teaching, which shout out to the sister that contacted me that sent me the copy of the teaching, because I can redo the teaching, but just so people can't lie about what actually happened during that teaching, I now have a copy of it as well. So if it wasn't resonating with him at all, then why did he put on his motorcycle helmet 20 minutes into the teaching and say, hold on, man? He took his cap off or whatever he had on. He said, man, I gotta put the helmet on for this one. Chief is over here dropping bombs. Kept on his motorcycle helmet the whole time. He said, Chief, Brother London, that I did a shout out on Micah and I's video, did a review of the teaching on Archaics and literally counted the times where Jason said that I blew his mind, where he literally was over there like, Chief, you're blowing my mind. This is crazy. At the end, he said, this has been so rare. I rarely have anybody that actually like blows my mind, and you did that here today. That was his closing words of the stream, if you don't know.
That doesn't mean that even after people send me screenshots where he's been, less than accommodating.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I saw the screenshots, but you know what? I got thick skin. So
yeah.
he had been saying things in social media, man, that really weren't cool. But that's not going to stop me from inviting somebody to my.
I really don't know what he's referring to there. Maybe it's similar to Micah Dank asking him a question, a respectful, humble question. How do you differentiate? And Micah was actually like consoling in him, asking him, because maybe it's something Micah could learn. How do you differentiate the truth from the fallacies in all these books you read? And Jason snarled back at him, basically, you're not worthy. Your work is trash. I'm unimpressed. Get out of my face. Errants, come take this man out of my presence. Basically was, the response given to a humble question. Not being smart in any way. You can't even read the question and make it smart or egotistical in your head. It was just a question, a humble, respectful, polite question. And this man got smart with Micah. As I said, I know Micah just as well as I know Jason. The difference is the fruit in what I've seen from their spirit, what I've experienced. Excuse me.
Channel.
Of course.
Just like Micah Dank. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and it's not surprising to me that recently they've connected.
They've connected, yeah. It's a little interesting.
Birds of a feather.
Little interesting. But did you not connect with Micah Dank on your show? Did you not connect with I? Did you not connect with a whole bunch of people when, in my humble opinion, without belittling anyone, my opinion on it is that Jason knew that this whole Phoenix wave is getting tired. I mean, you can only teach the same thing so many occasions. It doesn't matter how many different books you use as a bibliography. You're saying the same thing over and over. It's just a timeline that you're saying. So after about 9 years, it gets old. So then here comes Archaics 3.0. With his team, I'm sure they brainstorm. Let's open it up and have guests on the same way Santos Bonacci did him when he had about 3,000 followers, and when he did the teaching with Santos Bonacci, that's when he jumped up about 30,000 people within a couple months. Previous to that, Jason was no one knew of him. Okay, so I'm sure his team brainstormed and said, let's open it up and have people on here. So that was Archaics 3.0 when everyone was getting interviewed, and it was all love. I mean, yeah, it's love, man. Oh, Chief, you're dropping bombs. You're blowing my mind, man. Then Archaics 4.0 is now we're making money off all of the teachings that we had that came on here, especially the ones that like tripled the other views of the other guests. Let's monetize it. Let's make money off them. And now, since that's kind of dying down, now Archaics 4.0 is let's turn around and belittle all their work, except the ones that bow down to Archaics and place the almighty idol up on a pedestal. And if anyone even insinuates and shows that this man's work is not 100% correct, that it's off, and then they get offended and point the finger at you, is that not egotistical? When you point a finger, you got 3 pointing back at you. The ego is the one going out. Guess what's pointing back at you? Mind, spirit, soul. Subconscious soul, spirit pointing back at you while the ego is pointing out. That's what's happening.
More power to them.
Right.
I hope they get 100 million views.
So this person, I don't even know who this person is. Okay. But apparently he's acting like he knows Micah and I. And said birds of a feather flock together. I agree with that. Because Micah's been nothing but respectful to I. This brother invited I to his wedding. When in front of thousands of people on a live stream, Jason invited me to his birthday, and then I was blocked from his page. Didn't receive an email. I emailed him after that, congratulating him on acquiring the supposed archaic site that has yet to be seen that I know of. I just see the little the little shed thing. But I congratulated him on acquiring a building. And never received an email back. A thank you, great work, brother. I love the stream, man. This has a bunch of positive feedback. Nothing. But on his stream, I was invited. Man, brother, I'm inviting you to my birthday right now. You are officially invited to my birthday. The difference is, like I said, I know him just as well as I know Micah. The difference is Micah actually invited me to his wedding. That's more sacred than a birthday. That's the two becoming one. The birthday is actually the two separated. You separating from your mother's womb. The two are one when you're in the womb of your mother. When you come out and are be-earthed, that's the separation from the sacred feminine of your mother. So a Mary, the great mother, is actually more sacred than your be-earth day. And Micah invited I to his marriage. Jason invited I to his be-earth day. Never heard from him again.
On all they do. Doesn't even matter to me.
Right.
But yeah, Chief Iron Bushy.
It doesn't matter to him, but he's doing an hour and 57 minute response about it with this person who, does anyone know who this is? But it doesn't matter to him. And he called, I told him I loved him yesterday, Jason. And he called Micah and I garbage. But now he's on here speaking softly, whole different persona. In all his other videos, he's got that, kind of like the firmness I have in my voice right now. All his other videos, he's firmly talking down on people, firmly standing in that ego energy. Right now, it's, I have no problem with Chief, and I wish the best. I hope Micah and him get 100,000 views, and you see the difference. Look, didn't even show himself on camera. Got the little timid picture, hands in his pocket. Humble old me. But in other videos, got the cup of a Viking and drinking liquor and this and that and talking down on everybody's work. Come on. But yet people have the audacity to come into the comments over here when this is the only video that I have doing anything like this.
I kind of got put off. One, I mean, you can call yourself whatever you want to, but there comes a point in time when you're gonna have to prove that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
So, hold on.
I agree.
Whether he is really the descendant of a chief, or he's the chief, or whether he's really a Native American, I don't care.
So there comes a time where I'm gonna have to prove to this person on the Lazy Boy and Jason Bashir's and whoever that I come from a lineage of chiefs and my bloodline, and I have to. It's gonna come a time where I have to prove that. Guess what? No, there isn't, because those who are around me and those that know who I am already know who I am and who my bloodline and who my family are. Okay? That's the difference. You want to see something written in 2-dimensional. You want to see a DNA test written 2-dimensional, and then you still wouldn't know it. You still probably wouldn't even be live it, because you already have your egos already has its mind made up. It's running the show. So no, there doesn't come a time where I have to prove anything, because everyone that knows who I am know who I am. Okay? My family knows who they are. They know their bloodline lineage on both sides. There is no time where I'm going to come on here and share my matrilineal ancestry with all the maiden names. I'm going to share that with you. You really think that I would do that in today's world over this parasitic device? You think I would come and share all the matrilineal names, maiden names of my entire history, going directly through the chief, direct lineage of chief after chief after chief? No. That will be the work of the ego, my friend. I could easily bring on a piece of paper right now and show you the whole family tree. I could show you a DNA test. I could show you all of that. That's similar to my children, because some of them look different. There comes a time where he's going to have to show them a DNA test to prove that he's their father. No, there isn't. They're my children. They're of the Bush clan, the Hopewell tribe. Direct lineage of chieftains going back 13,000 years on this land. And that's just one part of it. There's a whole nother side. And there's a whole nother side with my wife. So no, there is not going to come a time where I have to explain and prove anything to you or anyone. You know what it is? What he really wants to say is, I read it, all Indians look like Mexicans. Chief Iron Bush don't look like a Mexican, so I don't think he's Indian. That's what they really want to say. But they don't want to come off as racist to you. But we can read, if you're in alignment, you can feel, you already know. You know what they really want to say. I thought Indians can't grow beards. When I already showed you that there's many tribes that's named actually was the name comes from bearded tribe. The bearded tribe. Okay? All different colors. Okay, that's really what they want to say. all Indians look like Mexicans, got straight black hair and no facial hair.
I judge everybody by their effects.
Right.
And
I judge everybody by their effects. So the effects are that I came onto your platform and had 70,000 views in. Well, I can only go off what I know. 65,000 in 6 months. 22nd largest video ever on Archaics in like 8 years, 9 years. That sounds like a pretty big effect.
effects in the field. So I had him on my channel, and my life is very busy. I move on. I gave him his shot. Here you go, man. I let you address my whole community. I worked hard for my community. Like I tell everybody all the time, I did 300 videos. I didn't do podcasts. I didn't sit in front of a camera. I did 300 data drops.
Yeah, he didn't sit in front of a camera. He sat behind the camera with a lava lamp while he read out of a book. That's what Jason did for his first 300 videos. He had his lava lamp on camera, and he sat behind there and read it like he was actually teaching it, but he was reading it out of books. That was his data drops for his first 300 videos. When I began, I was in my driveway walking around with the cheapest Android phone you can get, prepaid, in my driveway, walking around teaching with no books, nothing, just freestyle. That's how I began. So only he put in work. No one else put in work, I guess.
Videos that are packed full of information before I even had 1,000 subs.
Right.
I used to do live videos to 12 people for a year.
Yeah.
Live videos with just 12, the same 12 people I got to know.
Well, I can't relate to that because, not saying this in a boastful way, but as soon as I began, there was at least 30 people on each live. Just me, just I walking around with my cheap little camera in the driveway for like 2 years. Every teaching I did was outside walking around in the driveway with about between 30 and 60 people.
Them all real well, and two of them are my moderators, but two of my moderators are among that original dozen people. So it's been a battle, but very few people can keep up with me because I had a head start. And that's what these guys don't understand. They get envious and they get jealous and they attack me and they say I'm wrong and they criticize and they practice exclusions by.
This is the same thing the errants are saying. You even hear the difference in his tone? It's the victim role now. Oh, all these people, they want to attack me and criticize me and put my work down and then. But every other video, he's sitting there like King Arthur on his throne with his mug and saying, yeah. I read all the books, yeah. This guy's work is trash. It's a bunch of nonsense. It's trash. This is garbage. If you believe that, I'll tell you another one. This guy's work is trash. Come on, where you at? Come on my page and prove it wrong. Come on. This book, trash. Throw it away. I read it. It's trash. But now it's, they want to criticize me and talk down on my work and attack me. Go back to the video about the star forts. First video I've watched in 8 months of his. The very first 10 minutes he's going in. He didn't say the name that I know of, John Levy, but in the comments it's clear you can see that he was going at John Levy and another person about the star forts, right? He claims that they're all military bases. This man has no clue if you think the Star Force over here on Turtle Island, I can't speak for across the pond. Over here on Turtle Island, you think Star Force were military bases? That's why why they were built. That's just another thing that is wrong about. Just like the Zodiac is 600 BC. Okay, all Star Force are military bases. We didn't fight over here. We didn't do that. We didn't do bloodshed. I've told you before, we used to have battles of talent. Okay, races, literal dance off with drums and everything, and like dance contests with everybody doing dances. And why do you think it's still in the culture today? Why you think it's in the light codes of the youngins that are doing all the dances that together, and that's the fad, and that's what the whole thing is. That's soul. It's soul. It's literal connection to the organic energy, the organic rhythm. And it's mainly the children doing it. Why? Because just like it says about the Christ, to enter the realm of heaven, you got to come as a child. So what we see the children doing? Dancing, doing it all together, all in step, got all the trendy dances, and then the grown-ups catch on a couple months later and try to copy off the children. That's what we used to do. That was our wars. We would have contests like that, gymnastics, things of that nature. Okay.
Pulling out one little single detail while ignoring the vast body of my research, which is insulting. Wait a minute. Who cares about this detail, this detail, and this detail? These are nothing compared to the weight of everything else I brought to the table for which you attack me.
So who cares about everything I'm getting wrong? But I didn't tell you it was wrong. But because someone else told you it was wrong, it's an attack now. So I'm not going to come out and tell you that I was wrong. But someone else did. So now they're attacking me. They're attacking me. So what that I got this wrong? So what I got little details wrong? But what about all the truth I give you? They're attacking me. Don't you see what's going on? I'm being attacked because I was wrong. Well, put your ego in your pocket right there and come out and say it. You just did, but you that's your spirit trying to say it without saying it, without your ego getting off the throne. Your spirit's yelling it from, like, whispering it in the palace, like, look, we was wrong. We was wrong. But your ego is on the throne like this, like, keep it down. Don't say it too loud. No, they attacked us. Remember. Yeah, we might have been wrong, but they cannot attack us. That's what's going on right here. And if you don't have the eye to see, I mean, like I said, this is the last and final ever. I don't care if he comes out and does a whole freaking series on this is it. It's the last time I'm giving any energy to this.
All the rest of the research.
So I don't feel the need to just attack people back.
Right.
I just dismiss them.
What? He doesn't feel the need to attack people back, but when Micah Dank asked him a question, this man attacked him. When the Gnostic Academy guy, which I don't even know, I don't know his doctrine, I don't know nothing about him. We just use his video because he clearly showed that the man lied to all of you, all the errands. Anyone that watches his content, he lied, blatantly lied. Either he's not reading the books, he's just skimming through them, or he is literally molding things into his paradigm to make them fit. He's taking a jigsaw puzzle like a child that thinks they found one that fits and it don't fit, but jamming it in there. So it's one of the two. Either he's not really reading these books and he's skimming them, maybe asking. Now it's possible that he's asking AI for the summary of certain books. That's what it looks like to I. That is definitely, a possibility. It's either he's not really reading them, he's skimming through them or getting summaries of these books that he claims he's read. And when you skim through, you're not being edified. You're only reading the ink on top. You're not getting, especially when you're talking about occultists and esoteric knowledge. You can't just skim over and just read the words on top, just like the Bible. You have to sit and meditate on these texts. Not just I read that one. That's 2002. Let me get 2003. So he doesn't attack anyone back. He just dismisses them. He just ignores them. But when Micah Dank asks a question, when Gnostic Academy asked the question, when I told the brother I loved him, his response was, you and Micah are garbage. I thought he doesn't attack nobody. I literally told the brother I loved him. I still love you, brother. It's okay to be wrong sometimes. It's what you do after that. It's okay. You and Micah are trash. Garbage.
Yeah.
I just dismissed him. But some people, like you just mentioned, Chief Ironbush doesn't want to be dismissed. He wants to get back in the field. He made comments on the YouTube channel this morning.
Oh.
But since I didn't answer him, I just let him blather.
Yeah.
Because that's all it is. It's blather.
No, he did answer. There's another lie. I got the screenshot. I made sure I screenshot because I know he's going to block me. I had to go on with a whole nother account that still says Chief Iron Bush, but it's got one subscriber. That's the only way I could leave a message on his account. I had to go on there with a whole nother account and leave a message to him. A positive message. And he just said that he didn't respond to me, which I have the screenshots to show he responded. This is when he called me garbage and all that. After I tell the man I love him, love you, brother, hope all is well. Sorry I missed your birthday. I didn't receive the information. You never sent it. Happy belated. You're garbage.
Because he's complaining about being blocked and all kinds of things. But I'm reading your comments.
I saw that, yeah.
How are you blocked? Yeah.
I saw that, yeah. Guys, do neither one of you have a concept that never crossed your head that I had to actually, like I just said, do it from another page that says Chief Iron Bush? That's not the real Chief Iron Bush page. If you click on it, it says this is not the real Chief Iron Bush page, and then I leave the link to the real page. For someone that is supposed to be a genius, this is kindergarten psychological tactics.
So anyway, it's funny you should ask because he since we did the video, almost on a daily basis, all these accounts that I've never seen before. I got a good memory.
Yeah.
I know who actively engages in my comments. I'm always in my comment sections. But man, all these people just start spamming my channel. 1 to 2 to 3 a day appear in my comment sections talking about, Chief Ironbush's video is the best video ever on Archaics. And when are you going to get Chief Ironbush? Oh, what's going on with Chief Ironbush? I can't believe you ain't had Chief Ironbush. But I'm like, damn, man, is this his family? Is this his family, his neighborhood, his kinfolk, his hood? What is going on here?
His hood. So there we go. Really what he wanted to say right there. Just like earlier when he talked about, is he really a chief? You know what they wanted to say. You know what he's insinuated right here. Is this his family? Is this his hood? Is this, his kinfolk? You know what he really wanted to say. So, because people, after the teaching I did, this is what he just said. After the teaching, all these people are coming to his page saying, yo, Chief Iron Bush, that teaching was one of the best on your page. He calls that spamming. So I'm sending 3 to 4 people a day to his channel to spam his channel and ask and leave comments and say, what happened to you and Chief Iron Bush? Why don't you bring him back on? That was the best video ever done on Archaics. Yeah, I'm paying people to do this. I'm telling people to do this. You're such on my mind. Archaics is just, has been such on my mind that 8 months have passed, and this is the first time I've ever even mentioned you, except maybe if I refer to like natural, if I'm explaining the teaching, it just so happens that it might intersect with something from Archaics. Like rarely, it's a possibility I may have mentioned it in a positive way though. So 8 months later, 9 months later, here we are at this point, which is very unfortunate. This is a very unfortunate situation. So now everyone that comes to this page, he's being just bombarded with people. Chief Iron Bush is the best teaching ever on your page. Why hasn't he been back on? That's spam. It's my hood. It's my hood. It's my gang. It's my tribe. It's my kinfolk. My family. Yeah. How does that sound? Is that a higher self? Is that somebody operating from the higher self? Ask yourself. Listen to the words. Ever since his teaching, his hood is coming over here, and every day it's names I don't recognize. Well, you have a channel that has almost 200K subs now. Are you going to recognize every name? Just like the person that was just in the comments said what they said. I don't recognize their name. I could say, oh, they're here spamming me from Archaics. It sounds like a cop-out. Instead of just saying, is it a possibility the teaching was that good that it brought a lot of people over there were inquiring about how come Chief and I didn't get back together? Why hasn't he answered that question? Because that's what I asked him in the comments that he said that he claims he didn't respond to when he called Micah and I garbage.
I noticed that too.
Because I got other people telling me, hey man, what's up with all this from spamming your channel? I said, I don't know, man. I'm gonna start removing some of those comments.
There was a lot of people asking.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
They're telling on themselves. There's a lot of people asking. He just said he removes most of them. So that means the ones you see on his channel asking about Chief Iron Bush, he pretty much, that's the ones that made it through his net of delete anything that says Chief Iron Bush. But yeah, he's got the video up, $20. You can watch it. But it's garbage though. Why would he still have it on his channel and charging $20 for you to watch it if it's garbage? The same way, why would someone be here if I'm just egotistical and this and that, and all I do is regurgitate Brother Wim, and whoever else they made, Brian Austin. Why would you be here? So the same way, you have the same energy as this entity. Why would you have my video on your page that is breaking into your top 20 videos ever, and now you put $20 pay thing on it if it's trash? you just admitted, and this person just admitted, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of people coming and asking about Chief. It's just crazy. Yeah, I got an AI program or something that like sends bots over there that do that. You know. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm building a real physical community off grid. And I'm not a YouTuber and I'm not a content creator. I could care less if I had 100 subs or 100 million.
Ridiculous. It's childish, man. So
it's childish that people are coming and telling you, hey, the video that you and Chief Iron Bush did was the best I seen. What happened? That's childish. How is that childish? No, it's childish when someone asks you a legitimate, respectful question and you answer back with a snide, narcissistic remark. It's childish when someone tells you, I love you, brother, happy belated birthday, and you call them garbage. No, that's childish.
I was kind of offended that, you know, I got a lot of love for people, you know, souls that going through stuff. So when I hear that his wife passed, you understand?
That's hard.
The first thing I did was get on YouTube and I did a fundraiser for the dude.
Yeah.
I did that, bro. Yeah.
Fundraiser? Now I know that he did come on and respectfully did mention when my wife had passed. And I appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that. And I said that. I publicly said that. But a fundraiser? For who? Because I didn't get any fundraiser. And actually, someone else did the same thing. Within the tribe. Someone else within the tribe did the same thing. Did a GoFundMe, raised $3,800. Gave three of my out of the four of my children. Well, no, excuse me. Two of the four of my children, $500 out of the $3,800. And then use some points off of points on their airline and got a $200 plane ticket for my daughter. So didn't even use money. $230 plane ticket and gave both my sons $500. So $1,000 out of $3,800, they kept $2,800. That was somebody within the tribe. This man says he did a fundraiser for the passing of my wife. I have no knowledge of that, and I never received anything from this man or a fundraiser. So anything that got sent to that fundraiser was a fundraiser that went to him. Another lie, another deceitful lie.
I don't even do fundraisers for me. Yeah, so
you don't do fundraisers for you, but you put a paywall on the teaching that is garbage. That has 70,000 views in 8 months, but you don't do fundraisers for you. You got so much money the night of the teaching that by the end of the teaching, this man literally had to tell people, stop sending me money. Go ahead and send some to Chief now. For him to say that, someone that has 180,000 subs, for him, but we 2 hours into the teaching, for him to stop and say, hey, y'all, stop sending me money. Like, it probably was blowing his mind. Here's Chief Iron Bush's information. Now send him a little something. But he don't do no fundraisers for him, though. He did it for me and my wife when she passed, but I had no knowledge of it, and I still haven't received not even an email from this person.
I did a fundraiser for him, and I got two friends I know for a fact they donated to him.
Yeah.
And I did a full video. I mentioned many times, please help the guy out, all stuff like that. And dude never even sent me an email saying thank you, bro. Nothing.
I didn't see this part, and I'm not going to keep going and going and going. But I can show you the emails where I contacted this guy and thanked him. So that's a lie. Another lie. Is he? I'm starting to think he's a pathological liar. That he actually believes the lies. The same way he actually believes that he's decoded this 138-year thing from all these different calendars that were changed and intermingled, but somehow he's put them all together. And time is a frequency that actually speeds up based on light. The red sun to the blue sun. Therefore, time changes as the ages go on. The Zodiac that he thinks started in 600 BC, but yet he can tell you things, the events that go back to 5000 BC. A calendar is based off the Zodiac. So his whole paradigm is based off of time, which is based off the stars movement. Because remember, he told you about the vapor canopy. When the moon and the stars and everything are bigger, magnified, that's how they made the calendar. So his whole paradigm is based on the Zodiac, and he don't even know it. So that means if the Zodiac began in 600 BC, his work can only go back to 600 BC.
Just like J Dreamers, bro.
It's unappreciative.
J Dreamers.
Okay. So we're going. That's enough of that. You guys, give me 1 second. I have to use the young man's room. All right. So I'm just going to end that segment with saying, I must tell you the truth that I now don't really know if this person is an eternal soul. And I'm saying that not as to belittle, that it now is, and I'm not going to meditate on it because I really, it is what it is. But the thought has entered my mind now that I'm wondering if this person actually is part of the construct. And that's why the whole thing about the simulacrum and everything, it's become a new religion. So and I've heard this years ago. People had that theory, and I kind of moved to the side and gave how he tried to say about I gave him the benefit of the doubt. All right. And I don't know if I didn't see the part, or maybe it was later, I might have skipped through it. And so he goes on to mention because he's not done yet. He keeps going in on me on that video. But he goes on to say, if I was that important, if Chief Ironbush is that important, why does he only have 7K subs on YouTube? If he was that important, and why do I have 200,000? Well, because I just started teaching on YouTube about 9 months ago. I haven't even been on YouTube for 1 year. This man's been teaching on YouTube for like 8 years now or something like that. Okay. previous, when I went on to his platform, I had about 50,000 subs on Facebook. Facebook slowly started erasing all my old teachings. And in one day, I arose and I didn't have in the 40s. It was like 48K. I had 26,000 subs. They literally sliced it in half. Okay. Now, if I was all worried about it, I would have contacted Meta and all that and da. I don't care. I do not care. Since then, every day it says, congratulations, you have 500 new subs, you have 300 new subs, you have 250 new subs, you have 600 new subs every day, and it's been sitting at 28K for about a year, over a year now. It would not move from 28,000. So he goes on to say, if he was so important, how come he doesn't have all these subs? He only has 7,000 subs on YouTube. Well, guess what? The 7,000 subs that are over here, I guarantee are more in alignment. And it's basically, in a nutshell, it's quality over quantity. I'll take all you beloveds, eternal souls that are here. Over 200,000, 600,000 bots and people that are just looking for something outside of themselves to complete themselves. They have an emptiness in them that can only be filled at what they think is external. And now that has become, we're in a simulation. And this is my master teacher that is the all-knowing of the simulation. He's the king of the AI, who, by the way, always oddly promotes Elon Musk's X. Always throws that in there. Oh, by the way, come on X. I got it. It's all on X. He always sprinkles that little Elon Musk thing in from every time. All the moment, the minimal occasions that I have skimmed through his work here recently, I always hear him promoting X. Okay, little strange. So, there are some thoughts now that are kind of like wondering. Now, I could easily ask the Great Spirit, meditate on it, and I'll get the answer to it. But I really don't. I don't want to say I don't care about him. I don't want to say that. I'm not saying that or him or it. Even if he is some kind of just a spirit, an animation within here that's not an eternal soul, I still care. The eternal souls here, we love everything here. Okay? As long as it's not parasitic and harming. Okay? I don't love 5G towers. I don't love this. You know what I mean? But as far as like animals and things, all right, are there beings that are possibly incarnated here as animals? Yes, there are actual. This goes back tens of thousands of years. People think that's descension. No, sometimes that's ascension. There are actual souls that make the free will to come back here as a dog, as a cat, to help guide another soul. That's just the choice they made. Okay, but for the most part, animals are spirits. They're animated. They have the essence of the Great Mother, but they don't have the peace, the creation piece. Okay, that is directly, eternally connected outside of time. All right, that's the difference. So this situation has had me ponder that about Jason. I must be honest. But am I going to get wrapped up and give any more energy to it? No. I just wanted to show you guys because I knew you guys were eventually going to see the video. So, and I know he's the type of person that I know he's watching this too. He's probably on here right now, to be honest. He may be here right now. I mean, look how fast he responded to Micah and I's teaching. When he responded to me, he said he was going to pick it apart or something. I didn't see that. All I heard was him playing the victim role. Everyone's attacking me. They're picking out the little things where I messed up, but what about the bigger picture, all the truth that I give? Well, why don't you just say that, brother? You don't have to play a victim because you're not perfect. You can come out and say that. Get the ego off the throne and let your higher self take the seat. And then it doesn't become a throne. It becomes a dinner table where we sup together in the upper room where we all sit together. It's not a throne anymore. Nobody's ruling. It becomes a union. Okay? Fellowship. That's what it becomes once your higher self takes the seat. It's no longer a throne. It becomes a dinner table where we all sup and are edified together. Okay? I wish him the best. This will be the last occasion I address this, no matter what. No matter what happens after this, this is it. This will be the last moment, last occasion I address it. I'm not gonna make any more posts on Facebook or anything like that. This is it. Because unlike what he was saying that he just dismisses and the things that I actually do operate from that energy. So just letting y'all know this will be the end of Chief Iron Bush's part in this, in these theatrics, in this low vibrational activity. Okay, because you can, anyone with the eyes see can clearly see it's the low vibrational trying to pull the high vibrational down. Look at your numbers. You only got 7K. I got 200K. You suck. I'm better. He's always putting down books. If you don't read books, then what are you? They can't even conceive the fact. The whole story of Christ. Why do you think he goes against Christ so hard? I was a bona fide Christian, born and saved and in the blood and da-da-da-da-da. The fact you said you were saved and all that shows that you didn't know the true Christ. You knew the raw legion. You knew you were a biblican. If you know the true Christ, you would know that you're the Christ. So you wouldn't turn your back on the Christ. You would just know that now that you are the Christ. So that shows the disconnect. Okay? Instead of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, you take the baby out and say, this bathwater is dirty. That's the raw legion. Let me empty this raw legion out, but this baby right here is beautiful. This story of the Christ right here is beautiful. And this is my son, the son of God, the light of the world. And I see myself in my son. I see myself in my daughter. It's like looking in a mirror. And I love this. And this is I, and I am this. My daughter is I, and I am my daughter. My son is I, and I am my son. That's all false. And Enki is the benefactor of humanity. The pyramid, the builder, the stone that the builder rejected is going to get us all out of here. And Enki hacked the simulacrum, and Enki saved us all. Enki is Enoch. All incorrect. All incorrect. Anyway, I love y'all. Jason, whoever you are, whatever you are, I still love you, brother. I still love you, my friend. Okay? There's no animosity. This coming out of my mouth. I don't care who says what in your comments. All these spam that you think is spam, that's just other souls just having an opinion. That just because it doesn't say Jason Bashir's is the best, now it's spam. Okay, I'm letting you know it's not coming from I'm not sending anyone. Okay, we're actually building on physical land for an off-grid community. That's what we're doing. Okay, not trying to reach 100,000 subscribers, not running 10 commercials on every teaching, not putting my videos behind a paywall. Because guess what? The Great Spirit always is right on perfect occasion. Boom. Every single moment. I don't have to ask. Anything got to do with inorganic stuff like money and Mooney? No, I will give you the avenue, because if I didn't, I would be stepping on your toes and stopping stopping an act for you to do to bring favor upon you. So by me not allowing an avenue for you, you want to know how you can help, brother. I'm in England. I'm in London. I'm here. I'm there. I'm in Australia. How can I help? I just want to help the movement. I would be doing you a disservice. I would be blocking favor and anointing from you if I didn't give you a way to do that through Mooney, the monopoly money. Okay. But do I sit up here and say I need it? No, the Great Spirit knows what is needed. Don't worry about what clothes you're going to wear and what food you're going to eat. You're going to be all right. And I'm walking, living, breathing proof. Jason's not the only one that did time in a penitentiary. So that's no excuse. I've seen that excuse too. Well, brother, he was incarcerated. He might be, a little, what they call it when you come out. I can't even remember the word. When you still got that jailhouse mentality. I forget the name that they use. He might be a little, this and that from being in prison. That's no excuse. I did 2.5 about a 2-year stretch. Institutionalized. Thank you, country kid. Institutionalized. I was there too. My Zelle, I've shared that with you. My Zelle was a 19-year-old convicted of triple murder. Got double life plus 35 years. And I still saw the good in his soul. 19-year-old boy. And when he finally opened up, because they don't just open up to you, especially someone with my complexion. They don't just open up to you just because you're in the cell with them. It took months. And he shared his story, and I saw the good in this person that was convicted of triple murder. When I heard his story from the heart, it brought tears to my eyes. So, Anyway, moving on. Now, about the Zodiac. I didn't know that Micah had a slideshow ready for the last teaching, because I had a lot of material ready as well. So I'm probably gonna do a part 3, because I took the moment to address all of that. But I'm gonna get as much as I can out with the rest of this teaching. So even though there were some people in the comments that said, Chief, you didn't let Micah talk enough and this and that, and well, I'm a talker. Virgo, Mercury, we're communicators, we're messengers. You know, if I don't speak when the conversation is there, it'll pass me by, and I won't say it. So I'm the type of person, if I don't say it when it comes, it'll get passed over and it won't be said, and then and that's called a build. And then when I say something, then he'll say something, and then you keep building, and that's called the flow of the Great Spirit, not just a set slideshow that it's just reading out of a book. Okay, and I still haven't got that point across yet clearly about the book thing. We're in a moment where there's a lot of people that cannot truly comprehend that people are actually being unveiled the truth and remembering certain things that's actually coming from inside of them. They think it's a fluke. They think it's just somebody that's just making things up. Just like I told you about people talking to the trees and the animals responding and everything. They think this is a gimmick because it's not happening to them. Okay? They cannot understand it. All right? They can't, let alone know it. They can't even believe it. They can't even fathom it to even believe it, to get to know it. And we're at that point where light codes and repairing and remembering with the ancestors, which are all in your light codes, and they're in the ancestral realm as well, all have a part of this. And it's all flows through the Great Spirit, which is, I tell you, is the umbilical cord. Okay? So there's people here that cannot comprehend that. They truly believe that the only way you can get knowledge is reading books. They can't fathom that it's really true that someone is on here actually, people call it downloads, but it's really, if you want to use that terminology, it's really an upload. It's not coming from the sun. If you want to look at it like it's really coming from you, but it's if you want to make it in any kind of external allegory, it's actually coming upward it's uploading from the earth. The heart is the earth. Remember? Macro, micro, meso. Okay? Meso is the axis mundi where the macro and the micro meet. That's the plane of inertia, the physical plane. That's the Anu key. The story of the Anunnaki, where spiritual and matter combine. That's the story. It's all allegorical, but people took on the archetypes and embodied these archetypes. So we do have people that were called Enki, Enlil, Marduk, this one, that one, Ninurta, all right, Inanna. It's always been the elites that take on these personas, and the pharaohs and people like that. And today, the Elon Musk, the Trumps, this one, that one. They take on these ancient archetypes that all come from what? Above. You were told heaven is up, hell is down. So they're taking what they see above, the lights in heaven, Anu. The air was Enlil, and Ki is the earth. And Ki was the one supposedly down here, messing with the DNA of the matter of the beings that were here already in the physical plane. It's a mythos. It's an allegorical, inspirational story, just like the Bible. It's the merging of your higher self with your lower nature, not to destroy the Ki, as it says in the book of Genesis. That teaching was destroyed by Facebook, which Great Spirit willing, I'll redo. The first 10 commandments in the book of Genesis, it basically says to scrape out the earth, to basically just take dominion over it and by any means necessary, basically destroy it. Tohu and bohu are the words used. Abomination and desolation is commanded upon in the book of Genesis. When it says, man shall have, now go forth and replenish the earth and have dominion over it and everything in it, all the animals, everything that creeps on. The words used is tohu and bohu, abomination and desolation. That means by any means necessary, even if it means destroying the actual earth. That's why the religion separated the creator from the creation. And that's where the religious people will get you. Oh, you talking to trees and stuff. That's demonic. That's evil spirits. Well, is not the true creator in all of the creation? Not the creation of the creation. The creation is the tree. Okay? Is the soul. Right? But if the soul makes a phone that's artificial, now that's the black scrying mirror in your hand. If you went back 2,000-3,000 years and told somebody, hey, I know a way where we can all hold black mirrors and you can be anywhere in the world and I can see your face and you can see mine. I can talk into the mirror and you can talk back and I can see and hear you and you can see and hear me. Immediately. They would scream and say, guards, it's a witch. He's a witch, he's a warlock. That's what has happened. They have that. And we all have that. That's why I'm doing what I've been put here to do in this incarnation. Even if I don't get to reap the fruits of it, to eat the fruit of it, I'm going to plant the seed and I'm going to water it and I'm going to make sure that tree is nourished and it grows. And those that are here after I and you and I, they will be there. And they will have, it will be one of many because I am not the only one doing it. There are many across the natural organic grid here. Okay? This plane of inertia is not going anywhere. It's part of eternity. It's part of existence. It's the purging of the torus field. Okay? You're not trapped. You're trapped by yourself if you're trapped. Okay? No external, nothing is trapping you. You have free will. The thing is, they hijack your free will so you cannot see, and everyone becomes the enemy. Everyone becomes the enemy. Except your idols, your external idols, idolatry, your religions, your gurus. Okay? That's what happens. Your free will gets hijacked. It doesn't get stripped from you, it gets hijacked. The Most High Jack. Now, so most people when they dispute the Zodiac and try to say 600 BC or whatever time frame like that, they say, well, all the planets are Roman names and this and that, because the Greek name, for Venus is Hermaphrodite or Aphrodite. Mercury is Hermes and this and that. So all the words the planets we use is all Roman. So that shows right there that and the Roman language actually comes from Latin. That's the Latin words and stuff. So the Zodiac is not that old. It's actually just a Roman version of the Greeks who some people claim didn't know anything about the Zodiac. Well, I'm going to give you the whole real backstory. And this is not out of a book. This is from I'm just reading the notes that I wrote. So the Djotish, some people pronounce it Djotish. It's pronounced Djotish, or Vedic astrology, right? They call the Greeks the Yavana, or the Ionians, Ionians, the Ionians. That goes into a lot. Civilization, Ion. Imagine Ion. Okay, the word ion is on. It always got to do with energy, and taking of energy, and using an energy. Okay, so in Vedic astrology, they call the Greeks the Ionians, or the Ionians, if you want to pronounce it like that, or the Yavana. So in the Djotish, which comes from great sages and rishis that goes back to tens of thousands of years, not just a couple thousand. This comes from the great sages and rishis of the Far East, going back to at least 12,000 years ago. So they have what's called the Navagraha, the Navagraha, okay, which just means the 9 suns, okay, or the 9 lights, okay. So the first one is it goes by the days of the week. This is where the Norse mythology, the Northmen took this, right? And now we know the days of the week is from the Norse people who came far after this. They took this knowledge and incorporated it in their own thing. But originally it was done by the Djotish. So the first Navagraha is Surya. That's the sun god, aka Ravi. Also older than the Egyptian Ra. Okay. This goes back to Sanskrit, Vedic Sanskrit, one of the oldest written languages. Some people, there's actually been Sanskrit found that is older than cuneiform. So one could make an argument either way, cuneiform or Sanskrit. Same with the runes. But the Norsemen, their mythologies came later, but they still had runes and things like that. But so the Surya, there's your Yah, okay. Hallelujah. Hallel is also the name for Lucifer. Hallel, the light bringer, right? Surya, or Lu, they would Chris say Luya, but right in Vedic or in Sanskrit it's Surya, or Ravi. That's the sun god. That's first day, Sunday. Second day, moon day, or Chandra. Okay, that's the moon god, also known as Soma. Okay, so I'm giving you the ancient names. Not the Greeks didn't have it first. The Egyptians didn't have it first. The Babylonians actually got it from here, which we know the Babylonians came before Greek. So I'm giving you something older that is thousands of years older. Okay, that these people actually came into Mesopotamia with this. These people came into Sumer with this after the real date of the flood, where Atlantis got wiped out about 12,000 years ago. So the second day is Monday, the moon god, Chandra. Okay. The third day, Mars day, is Kudya. See, it's all Yah. So all this Yah, praise Yah. You're talking about the stars, the lights above. This is older than Hebrew. This is much older. The oldest old Hebrew text found is 800 BC, the Mesha still. And the word Mesha is Sanskrit word for Aries. Who are the Hebrew Israelites? The tribe of Aries, because they took over the age of Aries. Who are the tribe of Pisces? The Catholic Church, the Catholic, who took over the age of Pisces. That's the Jesus fish, which is just a wave form. It's just a wave. That's all it is the wave, the DNA, the serpent. It's an ancient serpent cult that started out benevolent. Everyone thinks the serpent and everything is some evil thing. The serpent knowledge is actually the eldest knowledge here on this planet. The serpent knowledge actually represents the earth energy, period. That's all it represents, is the energy of the earth. It's not an actual snake. None of us, not that I know of, maybe somebody in here might like snakes. I personally don't want a snake as a pet. Am I fearful of them? No, I fear nothing. No thing. Because I know that this body is not me. I'm taking care of this human, this avatar. So I don't want this avatar to get bit by a poisonous snake or anything. So I'm not going to be stupid. But no, I don't. Fear not. Fear not. Fear not. Christ said, fear not 365 times in the New Testament. One for each day. Fear not, fear not, fear not, beloved. Fear not, fear not, fear not, fear not. But in the Old Testament was fear the Lord. Fear, fear, fear. The beginning of understanding of Yahweh is fear. Fear me. Bow down. I'm a jealous God. I'm the only one. Fear me. So, third day is Mars Day, and Mars is Kudya, but it's also known as Mangala. Okay, this is where the word Mongols, the Mongolians, come from. Okay, so Mongols, people think it means moon ghouls, that they worship the moon. No. It comes from the word Mangala or Mangala. All right, that's the Mongols or the Mongolians, the Mongolo people. It's a bloodline. It's one of the 4 original bloodlines. The Abo, A, B, B, and O. Okay, Dark Caucasoid, Mongolian, Amerindic, and Negroid. That's the 4 original Abo regional iron-based, Phi-based bloods, red bloods. Okay, Mongolians are one of those base bloodlines. Okay, so Mars, we know it as a god of war and this and that because that's what the tribe of Aries did, the Yahwists, the Jacobites. But previous to that, in ancient times, it actually meant auspicious. It just, Mangala means auspicious, which if you don't know what auspicious means, it just means opportune, favorable, a favorable set of conditions. Meaning the time is right. Spring, Aries, Mars, okay? Springtime, favorable time, opportune time to plant the seed of life. Mars was not known as war and the ram and blood and sacrifice and this and that. The Yahwehs did that. Just like the age of Pisces. It wasn't about worshiping this man on this cross and wearing a cross around your neck with this bloody man and this and that and have a cross everywhere you go and acting like it's... Let me ask you something. If your grandmom got hung on a tree and you knew she got hung because for your family, they came into your house and they said, who didn't clean out the barn last night? And it was all young children in there, a couple middle-aged people, and then Granny stood up. And Granny didn't even do it. And Granny said, I did it. And they hung Granny on the tree that night. Would you get a tattoo of the noose around your neck? Would you wear a noose chain all blinged out? Would you put a noose as your profile picture? Would you have a noose in your place of worship? Next to Granny's picture, would you have like a little stand in your house with the noose hanging down in the cabinet of her pictures and stuff like that? That's the same thing as the cross. That's the age of Pisces. The tribe of Pisces, they hijacked the age, just like the tribe of Aries hijacked that, the Jews. So Mars was known as auspicious, Mangala. That's the Mongols. Opportune, favorable set of conditions. That's Tuesday. Then we have Wednesday that comes from Odin's Day, Woden's Day. Woden, Wednesday. It was Woden Nas Day. Nas means to know all. It's Mercury. Woden knows. Woden gave one of his eyes so his eye could be single and full of light. He gave one of his eyes and hung himself on the tree of life just so he could get the knowledge, the true knowledge. So he got one eye. Oh, yeah, when people do this and put it over the 666, they're telling you the false. They're not the Illuminati. They're too dark to be the Illuminati. You're the illuminated ones. Not Luciferians. I'm not talking about that. Just like I said, the real Master Masons are women. Master Mason, M-A, Mama. The Masons are Ma's sons. They hijacked that. Ma's sons built everything for the women. They were the Ma's sons that did the work and protected. The Master Masons, the Mamas, the portal holders, the portable, those that were able to port souls. Portable. They can walk anywhere they want with it. They don't have to stay plugged in somewhere, sitting there, can't move. They can walk with two souls. Go anywhere they want. Portable, ports, portals, Master Masons, Mamas. And then the men were the Ma sons or Masons, Samson. Samson and Delilah is telling you about the distorted feminine coming in and hijacking the sacred masculine. Just like the story of Adam and Eve in the beginning is the opposite. It's the distorted masculine coming in and hijacking the sacred feminine. It's the opposite. They flipped everything. So the Wednesday is actually Buddha. That's Mercury. These are the ancient names of these days and suns, aka wandering stars. Buddha. Okay, that's Mercury. What does that mean? Buddha. It means it's where they get the word the it's a hard word. Mahabharata. Mahabharata. You know the Vedic text, the one part of the Mahabharata, mainly about Shiva, One of you guys know it in the comments. It's just one part, but it's a book. It's a pretty big book itself. Only reason I can't think of it because where I'm staying, I don't have my library set up. Normally, I could just look over and see it. Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita is part of the Mahabharata. So Buddha is Mercury. It means education. Okay, that's where Odin comes from with the ravens, the two ravens. Oh, the ravens mean death, and the ravens are bad. No, the ravens are just thought and memory. So Odin sent thought and memory to go to the tree of life and get the golden apple. Thought, Thoth, Tahuti, and remember. Remembering who you are. The two birds are the left and the right. Thought and memory. Memory is the left, the masculine energy. Regurgitation of the past. I can regurgitate all these books. I can memorize them. I can remember this. I can remember that. Memorizing things from the past. Thought is knowing now and creating now. That's what thought is. Thought is instant creation. Now, whether you follow up and put the energy into that thought, that's the old saying, faith without works is dead. Well, faith just comes from that word that used to be fee. It was faith. They changed it to faith, the fee to the phi, PHI to the PHA. It's the same energy. It's the 0 to the 1, 1 to the 2, 2 to the 4, 4 to the 8, 8 to the 5, and so on. 8 to the 7, 7 to the 5. It's the angel wings. That's our natural energy instead of the 3, 6, 9. Now, let me be clear. The 3, 6, 9 energy by itself is not bad. It's not benevolent. It's just the 1/3. It's that. That's why they always throw that up. It's when they added the negative 1, the negative 3, the negative 3, negative 6, negative 9, the counter-rotating pyramid, the Merkaba. Okay? The original name of Eve is Kava. Well, in Phoenician, because they tell you it's Hebrew, the V and the B are interchangeable. So Eve's original name was Kaba. That means spirit and soul. Okay? Mer also is the mother. So Merkaba is all the mother's energy. So the 3, 6, 9 double rotating pyramids, the Merkaba is hijacking the feminine energy, encapsulating it in a cube, squaring the circle. That's what that is. So Buddha is Mercury, means education. Edu and Ducat. Ducat is actually an ancient gold coin that has to do with your aura as well. So Ducat, and Edu comes from Educati, or Educare. You would spell Educare, Educati. Okay, so it goes back to a gold coin or ticket. The ticket out of here is the truth, not just education. How we know it. There's that ion, educate ion. Remember, the Ionians are the Greeks. They hijacked the educate, the ducat. Okay, to know. They turned to education, the ions. They distorted the ions into the illusion ion, the ill use of ions into the illusion. Okay. The Hebrew language, her web, the Shemaya, her illusion. That's what their word for heaven is in the Greek made up Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew language. Now, So, and ducat is the gold coin or ticket. That actually comes from Duke or Ducatus, the leader. Duke or Ducatus is the leader, like Marduk, Murduke, the leader of the Great Mother, the one that's hijacked the Great Mother. That's why they show Marduk or Ra slaying a pet, slaying the serpent. The serpent represented back then Earth's natural energy. Marduk, the story of Marduk is that he cut Tiamat in half. That's the story in the Numa Elish. He cut Tiamat in half. In the Atrahasis, it was Enlil who did it. Cut Tiamat in half. Now in Egypt or Tamara or Kemet, it's Ra slaying a pep, and in the Greeks it's Apophis snake, but it's called a pep in Tamara. So Ra is come slaying, cutting in half the energy. That's the Duke, the Marduk, Marduk. So it's the leader, to lead out, to bring out, to lead. So Marduk also is the one that commissioned what you know as the Tower of Babel building, which is a ziggurat, which we would call a portal, just the same way we look at the Large Hadron Collider today at CERN. Okay, they're trying to find a way out. That's what Marduk means. Duke, Doge. Who's the Doge right now? Elon who? Elon Musk. Okay, is the Doge right now. The Duke, the leader trying to lead out. Where's he trying to go? Mars. The Duke of Mars. Marduk. The Doge. Okay. These beings are here with us in bodies just like us. They're stuck in time. You are not, beloved. You're not stuck in no simulation. All right? This is only a simulation if you start believing it is. It'll start becoming one. Those who know, you know. If this was a simulation, then go outside and go kill the next dog you see going down the street, kick it. Kick it. Next time you're driving, you see a squirrel or a rabbit go across the street, just swerve over and hit it. It's a simulation. It's not real. Run it over. Since we're in a simulacrum. Run it over. Run it. Kill the animals. Chop down the tree. Burn it. Guess what? That's what they're doing. That's what the elites are doing. All the burning down, all the forest fires, poison in the air, trying to block the sun out. This is the story in the Sumerian tablets about the volcanoes erupting and making the atmosphere with no sun. All the apocalyptic movies you see, including The Matrix, have no sun. Because there's a time coming with no sun. But they're trying to make it so they can block out the actual light. Because just because there's no sun don't mean there's no light. They need to block out the light, and they need all artificial light. Hence all the blue lights being put up. And the purple lights at every off-ramp. The purple lights are the highest vibrational light, this Li-Fi technology that can actually go into your cells. And if you got that thing, it can pass your blood-brain barrier, and it can hijack your actual thoughts. Why you think it's set only off on exit ramps and stoplights where you have to stop at? Them purple lights. I did a video on that years ago. So, so Duke or Ducatus, Marduk just means to lead out of Mur or lead to Mars. All right. School, even the word school, like education, school comes from the word skull or hole. All right, it's pronounced skull, like hole. It means to train, and that means to drag or pull, okay? To inform or conform into the same shape. Well, what shape? The cube that you put on your head. So education has turned into to inform, to conform into the same shape, squaring the circle. That's when you go from Tahuti, Jehudi, the Jedi, the use of the Force of what we call Mercury, to Thoth, the Greek name. Thoth, TH with the O in the middle, TH. That's squaring. If you arrange the T and the H, it squares the circle, the O. Just like Sol, the sun, O, your soul and the moon. They tell you the sun is soul. Soul Invictus. No, soul is earth, the heart, moon, reflection. That's your reflection, the moon. So is the sun. It's just different wavelengths. X-ray, infrared, low waves, the elf, the little elf, the low waves, the X-ray waves. What's higher than all of that? The event that's coming, the purple wave, the gamma rays. Okay. And then it's the time of no sun, where that's what the myth of the green man comes. The green ray. All right. Purple sky, the green ray, and all that, the clear waters, everything's harmonized. Harmony. The new song on top of Mount Zion, Zoion, the Zodiac, with the new song, with the 144,000. What's that? Those that remember and are restored. See, that's what I said. People can't fathom that you can get this remembering, or if you want to call them uploads, repairing your own light codes and go inward and get this. You don't have to read. Only people that are disconnected have to just lean on the book so hard. What if every book in this world got burned up? So the man that doesn't have the book will become the fool, the dummy. Because even when he speaks, he only speaks of everything that he read in a book. He no longer has that book, so he can no longer even prove it. But the man that has stood solely on soul from the beginning to now, which is the beginning is now, in the end, the beginning now is the beginning and the end, right? It's all. The man or woman that stands solely on soul has never changed, stands firmly, cannot be shook off their foundation. I never told you I referred to a book. Therefore, I do not need a book. I am the book of life. I am the word made flesh. I am the light of the world, as you are. So those that are far from this, I don't want to say concept, but this inception, cannot comprehend it. Therefore, they down it. They talk down on it. They call it names. They call it the opposite of what it is. Good shall be bad, bad shall be good. Chief, you're egotistical. I'm disappointed in you, Chief. Meanwhile, let's go back to the person that every single teaching, I'm so accustomed to seeing this person teach only from the ego that I think it's normal now. It's normalized. Okay? Just like not opening the door for people. And when you open the door for people, they don't say thank you. It's normal now. It's normal. It's normal for to have multiple sex partners. It's normal to have sex without being married, not knowing that sex is marriage, soul ties. It's normal. It's normal in Chicago for brother to kill brother, cousin to kill cousin, over Mooney or drugs. It's normal. It's normal for police, a pole ice, the ice pole, the polarization to keep you stuck in between the poles, the red and blue lights, red, blue, the two poles, hot, cold, magnetism and L, the mother, father, masculine, feminine, keep you stuck, polarized. The police, it's normal for them to beat down people of a certain look. It's become normal. It's not even frowned upon. It's not even frowned upon anymore because it's normal. School shootings, oh, that sucks. Let's pray for them. Dear Lord, 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 landlord, the landlord. The landlord don't own nothing. The landlord didn't create that land. Who made the land? Who said that's the lord of the land? They bought it with something made up called paper that was chopped down from plants that they killed. They wrote it on paper that they own this land. How? When you came out of a womb just as I. Do you own the water, but yet you're bottling and selling it at your grocery store? But I got to give you the paper that you say is worth something. Yet the person that's saying it's worth something is $30 trillion in debt. Your bank account is negative 30 trillion. And you telling me I have to come with this piece of paper to buy water that flows freely from the great mother. You say you own land, but in your own constitution, it says that the United States shall not supersede or intrude past 10 miles square. Say 10. Outside of 10 miles square, the District of Columbia, their queen of heaven. There is no queen of heaven. There is no king of heaven. That's that throne of the ego. No, there's a mother. It's motherly energy. It's fatherly energy. You know, king, queen. You think I sit around and tell my children I'm the king? Chief just means leader, guide. For those that don't know, here on Charter Island, there's many different chiefs. There's medicine men, aka shaman, shalom, those that know the energies and can heal with them. That's a chief. There's wartime chiefs. There's dragon chiefs. There's chiefs that are holders of knowledge. There's chiefs that are chiefs of the harvest. Many different chiefs. A chief is not just chief. You don't know what that chief is. My real name is Ron Bush from the Bush clan, Turtle clan, Unami, in the bush, the woodland, Lenape, the grandfathers, the father of the fathers here on Turtle Island, the Hopewells, who we weren't even called the Hopewells. That come from a guy named Malachi Hopewell, where we were, that assisted us, a Welshman, all right, who you would call Quaker today, who Lenape, we had relationships with the Quakers, some good, some bad, until about 1737 when they betrayed us with this, where they stole land from one of my direct descendants in 1737. The Walking Purchase of 1737, when William Penn's heirs used fraudulent methods to claim a large tract of our land. That's what happened. William Penn wrote a book saying the Lenape my family are one of the lost tribes of Israel. No. Did some of us come over from the eastern steppes? Yeah. What you would call Siberia? Yes. That is true. Was there people already on this landmass when people came over from the eastern steppe region that you call Siberia? Yes. There was already people here. It's a fact. That's a whole nother teaching. Okay, so Buddha is Mercury. That's Buddha. All right. So that's Wednesday. Thursday. Most people say guru, but it's guruhu. It means teacher. That's Jupiter. Jupiter. We're talking about, this is 3,000 years older than any of the Greek and all of that stuff. 2,000 years older than Babylon. 2,500 to 3,000 years older than Babylon. These are the names of the Zodiac that didn't exist. So Guruhu is the teacher, Jupiter. It means darkness removed or ignorance removed. So that's the age of Pisces. Those that are in alignment will have the ignorance removed. When ignorance is removed, what gets removed? Beliving. With ignorance removed, you now know. Do you believe in your mother and father? Do you believe in your mother and father? Like, I believe that's my dad. I believe that's my mom. I believe that's my son. I believe that's my daughter. No, I know that's my dad. I know my dad. I know my mom. I know my daughter. I know my son. I know I don't believe I don't believe I'm me. I don't believe that's her. I don't believe that's my dad. I don't believe this is my tribe. I know. And when you know, you don't have to prove anything. One of these days, he's going to have to prove that to us. No. That's the book stuff. 2-dimension. There's souls that are ascending. That don't mean you just get to heaven and you leave here and then you at the finish line. Boom, it's over. I'm at the finish line. Yay, eternity. Let me just sit here forever. Cool, man. Yeah. Eternity. This is awesome. I can fly. After about a couple, there ain't no time. So after about doing that, in a row, constantly, you're going to wheel your energy into something else. That's where incarnations, different dimensions, different densities of light, taking your eternal soul force essence elsewhere. This moment, you made the free will decision to come into time. Don't get caught up in it. Don't get caught up in anything external, because the soul is what is real. Especially if you're buying into this whole thing as a simulation. So how can you lean on a book, any book, the Bible, the Quran, or any books, thousands of books? How can you rely on that as that's reality? I figured it all out from the books that are in the simulation. Huh? That's a dead letter. There ain't no soul in that book. There's no soul in that book. They killed the spirit that was actually at one moment was connected to that material. It's dead. The ink was berries and bugs. Killed him to make the ink to write that book. It's dead. We're in a simulation, but yet the books are going to tell you the truth about the simulation. No. That's what will tell you the truth. Not I. You and I. Together. Now, so we got Guruhu, the teacher, Jupiter. That means darkness removed, ignorance removed. Age of Pisces, coming out of it, the ignorance get removed. Time to stop believing and start knowing. People hanging on to that dying paradigm. The patriarch. The masculine energy. I'm the only God. I'm the only way. I'm the only teacher. I'm the only truth. I got 500K. I got 1 million subs on YouTube. The simulation and the simulation and the simulation. I got 1 million subs. Yeah. I'm the only one, the jealous one. Oh, but you didn't know about in Garden of Eden, though. You didn't know what was going on when you came in. You had to ask what happened. Oh, well, stop attacking me. Don't attack me just because I didn't know in the Garden of Eden. You're attacking me. You're egotistical now. 10 minutes later, I'm the only one. Blood sacrifice. Abel, I don't want your grain. I want blood. I want those that idolize me and will actually slice blood and go against their brothers and sisters and divide it. Division. I love it. I love the conflict. No, stop. Don't attack me. Don't attack me. Chief, I'm disappointed in you. So, the 6th day, Friday, Venus is Shukra'aha. 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 That's it. Shukra'aha. That's Venus. Okay? Venus, which is the original 7. That's why it's spelled 7. Venus, actually, the name Shukraha actually means the one who has activated many and done so much. Venus, the morning star, the one that they demonize. Anything they demonize, you might want to take a second look at. The Great Mother, trees now. I seen a video, they're demonizing trees. The whole world now is simulation. That's demonization of the living earth. That's demonization of the living earth. No, you're in an informed field. You're the only thing that matters. That's called selfishness. You're the only thing that matters. Manifest everything for yourself. Everything. Draw in the money. Come on, I need money. I'm going to draw. I'm going to get big buildings. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to build a mansion. Because nothing else matters. This is all an illusion. This is all just some big simulation. It doesn't matter. Burnt blood offerings. It don't matter. So, Shukraha is Venus, and it means the one who has activated many and has done so much, has done more than can be written by all the scribes. That's Venus. You know why? Because Venus is the sun, the light of love. Love has activated so many and done so much. Venus is the scales of Ma'at. Or it can be the horns of the bull, the crossing of the auras, aka Taurus. It can be the bull, the golden bull, the golden auras, the crossing of the auras where the two become one, the Taurus. Or it can be the scales of Ma'at. It's Venus, it's love. Those that are in alignment with the higher self, sitting at the supper table, Venus is love. Those that have the ego sitting on the throne, it's lust of what the world has to offer. Like, share, and subscribe, y'all. Like, share, and subscribe. Try and get 100K, baby. To the top. Yeah. 100K subs. That's the throne. Lust. Or we can sup at the dinner table. 7,000 good friends and good brothers. You're my brother. You're my sis star. My side star. My bro Thor. 7,000 brothers and sis stars. Or 200,000 airheads. One feather in the heart can throw an airhead whole existence out of balance. But those that are balanced in the ether, the brother and the side star, are balanced in the give and receive, in the existence. The X is stance. The stance is X. X marks the spot. X, Mount Meru, the center point, the seed of the mother. Okay? That's what it is. The X is your stance. The stance is the X. The creativity, the imagination, the intuitive energy is rising. Those that are not attuned to the A tone meant, the alpha tone of the mind, cannot fathom this. Therefore, they are warring against it and anyone who embodies it. So that's Venus. Then we have the 7th day, which we know is Saturn Day, Shabbat, Yahuwah Sevoeth, the 7th, the Sabbath, the Shabbat, the Shabbat, Shavuot. I forget the exact how they pronounce it. But Saturn is Shanihi. Shanahi. Anu na ki. Anu and ki is heaven and earth. Shanahi. Saturn. Okay. And all it means, Shanahi, it just means taskmaster. Okay. That's simply what it means. Taskmaster. master. Job, Job. The sacrifice, Job, your job. The task master. Are you performing your task? Here? Did you find out who you really are? Because if not, Saturn gonna run that pressure. It's gonna be your God till you find out that actually you're above Saturn. Then Saturn will leave you alone. Can't touch this. Can't touch this. Thor with his MC hammer. Can't touch this. Once you get that hammer, okay? Thor, bro Thor, and Psy Star. Hammer time. So, yeah, Saturn just means a taskmaster. It's trying to see, are you going to find your task here? Are you going to find your destiny? If not, guess what? You're not going to get past Saturn. You're going to Saturn. You're going to make the U-turn, go back into the reincarnation cycle between what? The Saturn and the moon. Cancer and Capricorn. The solstice. The soul stick. Standing up. You're going to go from here to there. The winter solstice, you could win. Aquarius coming into the age of Aquarius where Saturn can rule, but here comes Uranus, the heaven, the true portal to heaven. Uranus is coming as the pole star into Cancer in the 2040s, according to this particular timeline. Uranus is returning, which is the horizontal light, the horizontal energy, which means it's set. Not Cain, not Abel, not the copper, not the zinc. It's set. Uranus. It's coming. The return of Horus. Heru. Horus is horizontal, not vertical. It's horizontal, over the horizon. Heru. Chiro. The Christos, the anointed ones. Hiso Christos, Hiso which riseth to. Those that are the 144,000 standing with the Christ on top of Mount Zoion, the Zodiac, on top of Shemaya, her illusion, her ill use of ions. Did you buy into it? Is Venus lust or love for you? Is Jupiter your teacher or your idol? Is the book, now, are you a Biblican or are you the Christ? There is no Christianity. There is no followers of Christ. That means you haven't got it yet. There's only, are you the Christ or are you not? You all shall do greater than I. I'm just here to show you a little something, something. That's it. On my Saturn return, 29.5 years, it began his ministry, his mini star, the minister, the mini star, just for 3 years during that Saturn return. The Jesus Christ, Christos, was risen within that 3 years of that Saturn 29.5 year return. From 12 to 30 was absent, was learning. But on that Saturn return is when the Christ also returned and was placed on the cube, the cross, the two-dimensional cube on Saturn. He gave up his body to get past Saturn. Gave up the system, the rulership. If this was my brand, are you the king of the Jews? If I was the king here, would I not call upon my armies? Nah, I'm not the king. This is not nah. You talking to this. I'm gonna go ahead and give this to the cube, the cross, the crossing, Nibiru, the crossing, Nebiru, the single eye, Odin, Eden, Odin. I'm gonna go ahead and give up my one eye so I can see the truth. I'm gonna go ahead and give it up so I can go beyond time, Chronos, the crow that knows, the two crows from Odin. One remembers and one knows. The two crows, crow knows, gnosis. The crow knows. When the crow crows at midnight, Saturn cube, put that flesh up there. Put that ego up on that cross. That's the story. So you can receive the anointing and you can be eternal even while you're still here in time. You emit an eternal energy. That's why they want you stuck in time, because they need you to emit an eternal source of energy. What do you think that's about? They're trying to make it, they shall seek death in those days and shall not find it, because they are batteries. They've become batteries for the elites with no sun. But the Christos becomes the light of the world. One shall come greater than I. The word used for one in the original text means a union. Many that are one. That is you and I, brothers and sisters. That is you and I, beloved. Many that are one. Not a hive mind. Linked in. It's called collective consciousness. You're still you. And you don't just go back to this blob of energy and lose your individuality. Okay? That's not how it works. You don't just go back to the womb and now you're just back to one being. Why you think the elites put on their money e pluribus unum on all their money? On an American Federal Reserve note, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. They're talking about a hive mind, the pyramid. We're the circle that encompasses all but has no circumference. The seeable and unseeable, the countable yet uncountable. That's Emmanuel. That's what Emmanuel means. The seed of the mother, the countable of uncountable from the mother, from the womb of the mother, that is seeable yet unseeable, countable yet uncountable in the realm of time. El. Emmanuel. So Saturn's the taskmaster. Then we have 8 and 9, which you would probably assume is Neptune and Uranus, but it's not. It's Rahu and Ketu. Okay, which is 8. The 8 is Rahu. It's pronounced Rahu, which is the North Node. The North Node in Vedic or sidereal astrology, astronomy, basically, the North Node has the quality of Saturn. It's known as the black dragon's head, the head of the dragon. Okay, it's the head. It's the it has power over matter, basically. That's what Rahu, they call it Rahu now, but it's pronounced Rahu. It's the head of the dragon, the north node. It has power over all matter. Okay. In the ancient Sumerian tablets, it was known as Gaga, which today they call Pluto, but Pluto is just one of Saturn's moons. But originally, Gaga was, excuse me, Gaga is Pluto. That is one of Saturn's moons. Kingu, my apologies. Kingu is what Rahu, the head of the dragon, was known as. Kingu in the Sumerian tablets. And the Anunnaki were scared of Kingu. It was the consort of the Great Mother. The Kingu was like the masculine energy that protected the Great Mother. The dragon's head, power over matter. Then the 9, which is completion, feminine, is K2, but it's pronounced K2U. It's the south node, and it mainly has the qualities of Mars. So Rahu, north node, has the qualities of Saturn. It's the black dragon's head. K2 or K2U is the south node, has the qualities of Mars. It's the red dragon's tail. But the dragon's tail actually is confusion. Okay. It also has the qualities of Neptune, which is associated with Enki, if you want to get into the Sumerian text. So K2 or the 9 is the red dragon's tail. Remember, Rauhu is the dragon's head, which is the black dragon's head. K2U is the red dragon's tail, and that represents confusion, particularly with spirituality. Because the 9 is completion. So what is the completion? You got to get your spirit right. Your emanation, your toroidal field. Remember, you in the purge of the tour of the purge. The purging of the Taurus. The purgatory. So the 9th one, according to the Sanskrit, thousands of year old astronomy, Zodiac, K2U has the qualities of Mars and Neptune, is the red dragon's tail, and it represents confusion, particularly over spirituality. It's the last thing. You gotta get your spirit right before you can get that crown, that 1,000 times crown, that 1,000 times X of the mother. Get that narrow, that crown is that narrow path, is that portal out of here. That they got that big artificial crown underground called the Large Hadron Collider. That's what that is. They're trying to create not the narrow path, they're trying to create a broad path to nowhere. They don't even know where they're going. That's what you would call the abyss. Okay, that's a whole nother teaching about that. About Abydos, abyss, Abaddon, Apollyon. It's not a thing. It's not a being. It's a place. So K2 also means the flag raising. So it could be a white flag. You could be, I give up. That means you're getting turned back around. Make the side turn, you're going back. Or it could be that checker flag. You won. Why do you think they put that checkerboard everywhere? It's the winners of the race. What race? The human race. They think they're winning. They think they finna get up out of here. They getting recycled every time. So K2U, the south node, represents the flag raising. And to get that flag raised, the checkered flag, the winner's flag, the graduation, you must be very radiant, spirit-wise. I'm not saying you have to go around talking like this. Hello, beloved. Greetings. Glad tidings. But inward. It's okay to be you. Be passionate. Be funny if you're funny. Nothing wrong with none of that. Have fun. Be silly. Be as a child. Be passionate. That's your soul. But to get that flag raising, inward, you must be very radiant, calm, composed, to gear yourself towards what's called, in this particular zodiacal construct setup, it's called moksha. Okay, which moksha just means defeating or graduating samsara, which samsara just means the cycle of death and rebirth. And it's the cycle of death and rebirth in a realm that has suffering. Okay. A limited worldly existence, a limited experience. Yes, you have the power, the God power with you, but can you focus in all your energy on flying right now and take off flying? You're in a realm with limited existence. You got the God power, but you're in a realm of limit. You're practicing right now. Because in order to be entrusted with the full thing, FULL, and not the FOOL thing, you got to be entrusted with it. How do you get entrusted with something? You have to be tested. Who tests you? The taskmaster, Saturn. Who's under Saturn? So Saturn's the principal, the taskmaster, the teacher, the one that's over the teacher. Who's the teacher? Remember? Jupiter. Okay. What is Jupiter teaching? The education. What was that? Mercury. Who's the one that has activated so many? Venus. Love. Okay. What is Mars? The auspicious one. That means the timing is perfect. Springtime. Time to spring up. It's all good, beloved. It's literally all good. It's just that we have been docked. We got docked out of the mother's water, out of the water of Tiamata, the water world. We got docked onto the land and got liberty, but we still under the laws of the ship, UCC Admiralty Maritime Law. See, as above, so it is below, as it is above. Above, below, above. Abba. That's their God. They know the truth. So they even applied it in the physical realm that you're on land because you've been docked when you were earth by the doctor out of the canal, the waters of your mother, but you're under the laws of the water. Why? Because the great mother laws supersede all. The great mother's laws are top dog. Universal laws that they won't teach you. They'll teach you the 10 Commandments, though, of the landlord. The Lord. Bow. The bow game, the ball game. All right. So, quick backstory about all that. In 2500 BC, the Harappan civilization located in the Indus River Valley were sailors and merchants who relied on the Zodiac, 2500 BC, relied on the Zodiac to navigate and trade. Their cities were architecturally designed mirroring the constellations. Their very city was mirroring the Zodiac. 5,500 years ago. Excuse me, 4,500 years ago, about 5,000 years ago. Their city mirrored the Zodiac, everything. But star forts here on Turtle Island, they're made for war. They're army forts. They were just made in the 1600s. I know, I read the book from the pilgrim that stole the land. But a real chief from the real bloodlines that were really here for the past 13,000 years that knows the truth, don't need no book, can tell you that's not the truth, beloved. Just like there's other chiefs on other lands, Ireland, and whatever land, all of the lands over the pond. There's eternal souls like God that can tell you the truth of that land, as I do. Now, excuse me. My back, y'all. So, they architecturally designed their cities mirroring all the constellations in the Zodiac. Their avenues, their temples, their government buildings, their courtyards, their bathing facilities, and even their drainage systems were aligned with the zodiacal, the lights in the sky. Whatever light signature that they associated with, like getting rid of something, they literally mirrored their drainage system with that constellation. But the Zodiac only started 600 BC. Because the names of all the planets is Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Saturn. That's Roman, which is Latin, which is, they took it from the Greeks. And yeah, no, the Zodiac. But, but I can show you that, I can show you his story going back to 5,000 BC from calendars that are all made from the Zodiac. Every calendar is made from the lights above. So there is no timekeeping, especially when there's documented moments with no sun and no moon. But there's never any documented moments of no stars. The Zodiac. All right. So these places I just named existed until the Indus River floods in around 1700 BC. That's when these got destroyed. They're still being excavated to this day. Now they traded goods but mainly knowledge, not written, because the people they were trading with couldn't read Sanskrit. So the knowledge was passed down orally. It wasn't placed in books until someone else that told someone else that told someone else that told someone else that told someone else wrote it down. So they probably got about 60% of the truth when it finally got written on papyrus. Because it was told orally. Why do you think the Egyptians told it all with pictures? The Greeks knew nothing of. This is a statement that I heard recently. The Greeks knew nothing of the Zodiac until the Romans. Now it's the Romans made the Zodiac. Well, what about the Dendera Zodiac found in the Temple of Hathor that was refurbished by the Greeks? So how is it the Greeks only know about Zodiac now from the Romans? The Romans took the Greek story of the gods and stuff and intertwined them and made the Zodiac. No. I'm going to tell you what happened. So this Indus River civilization, they traded goods, but mainly knowledge. They would literally go out there and give these people knowledge and get physical goods in return and go back. where did they do this trading at? In Mesopotamia. So, which later became Babylonia. They did this in 3000 to 4000 BC. Okay. Between 3500 BC and about 1750 BC, southern Mesopotamia, which is called Iraq today, was populated by the Sumerians. Okay. Who it is said the people that are known as the Sumerians migrated from the east. Where? The Eastern Steppe region, today known as Siberia. Okay? That is where they came. It wasn't until later where people started showing up on boats and stuff from the west. The original Mesopotamia, the Sumerians came from the east. Now, then after that, Shemitic means shims, hermaphrodites. They have both. That's what Shemitic bloodline. It doesn't mean running around in the desert. It means a bloodline that not all of them, but they carried this trait of, like, a lot of them came out with both genitalias. That's where the word Shem. It was Shem, she, him. Kahin. The word priest in Phoenician and Hebrew is Kohen. It comes from Kwahin. Kwahin, the queen and the king. The queen king. Later turned into the priest, the Kohen, the Kohin, the Kahin, the Kayain, the seed of Cain, the blue bloods, the Shems, the Kahins, the queen kings. They had both. Moshe. Okay? You can look at a picture of Amenhotep IV, aka Akhenaten, and see that this person was 15 feet tall and had a afterbirth belly and gave birth to King Tutankhamun, a man, a Shemitic. And you can see the hieroglyphs of Kaya Mariam, who is, Kaya Mary Kaya, is known as Moses' sister Miriam in the biblical text. You can see in the Egyptian hieroglyphs, Moses sitting over here, which is very tall. You can see the normal size of people coming up, about 5'8", and Moses is standing, the person they call Moses standing way higher. Okay, you can see the afterbirth tummy. The same thing it looks like after a month after a woman has a child. He's holding the child that he birthed, King Tutankhamun, and Kaya Mary is sitting over there with their firstborn child, and the firstborn child, the eldest, is pointing over, looking like, "Mommy, what? How did Daddy? What's going on?" You can see it in the hieroglyphs. And Amenhotep IV, aka Moses, is holding Tutankhamun that he birthed. Shem birthed. That's the Shemitic bloodline. So the Shemitic tribes from Arabia, known as Akkadians, settled the region around 2350 BC. The area was renamed Sumer Akkad. Eventually, the Akkadians fully took over. Babylonia was inaugurated in 1848 BC. That was the official beginning of Babylonia. Think of Babylonia as New York State, not New York City. Babylon is New York City. Babylonia is New York, the state. So Babylonia was inaugurated around 1848 BC with its capital city, Babylon. Today, Baby London. Okay? Babylon, London. So the capital city, Babylon, replaced it Nippur. Nippur was the original capital with the Sumerians. And then it was changed to Babylon at this moment. So then in 1400 BC, the Indo-European tribes, that's what they call them, but really they were Asiatic, like I said, from the Eastern Steppe. The Magyars, the Magyar tribe, I got them all listed. It was like 9 tribes that came from over there, but the only reason I know the Magyar because that's in my bloodline as well. The Magyar peoples, Magyars, who later settled in Hungary with the Huns people, but they're not the Huns. You know, Attila the Hun and all that. The Magyars or the Magyars are not Hungarians. That just happened to be where they settled on the most eastern part of the what's called Europe. At that time, it wasn't considered Europe. Okay, so in 1400 BC, Indo-European tribes from the eastern steppes, which you would call Russian steppes today, dispersed throughout India, Persia, which is Iran today, Macedonia, Greece, Rome, and then England. Now, the word England is England, okay? England, the end gland. So, gland means to excrete. Excrete means to separate and expel waste out of and into. That's what England means. The actual word England is England. That it means to excrete waste out of and into the rest, the surrounding. That's where the crown, the lizard bet is Saturn, means home to them. Saturn, home. E is always energy, or specifically L, electricity. Spirit. It's the animated ones, not the soul, not the not the magnetism. Okay, so that's where Elizabeth, and then the crown. Remember, the throne of the ego. That's where it predominantly began, and to this day, Babby London, the Vatican, which we could get into a whole etymology of the Vatican, and DC, District of Columbia, the goddess, the queen of heaven, Inanna, Ishtar, Isis, okay, the queen of heaven. When it's a shame because originally these stories were benevolent. They were mythos, they were inspiration. They were all hijacked, same way the message of Christ was hijacked, turned to a Ra Legion. Where Ra Legion come from? Ra, what they did with the first eye, the eye of Ra and all that, in Egypt, got hijacked. The most hijackers. That's what they do. They become God, you become sinners. You become born into sin. You're a sinner. Only if you be live and you buy what we're selling, and you be live, what we tell you and what we show you in these books, can you make it? Can you go to heaven or even? They can't even take the word Eve out of heaven. Heaven just means balance. The H is the height. The 8. As above, so below. So below as it is above. Macro, meso, micro. The reflection. That's the moon, the womb. Reflection of the womb. That's why the moon controls the menstrual with the women, the flow. And that's why money, currency, it's called money, moony. That's why your bills are due monthly or monthly. Every moon is when you got to pay them. With the currency, with moony. So, basically, the who we know as the Assyrians, took over the Babylonian Empire around 1400 BC. And Babylon was fully based on the priestesses and priests of the Zodiac. So this is 1400 BC. This don't mean that the Zodiac was just made up in 1400 BC. These are masters of the Zodiac now. The whole city is ran and conquered, and the elites, the elite class of people, are the priestesses and priests of the Zodiac. They're the top of the food chain. They are the rulers, the priestesses and the priests of the Zodiac. That's how vital this information is. Not that I'm telling you got to go out here and like learn it so you can rule, because no, that's that throne again. You're not here to do that. We're supping. We're being edified at the supper table together in the upper room. When you enter the city and see the man with the pitcher of water, follow him into the house. There you shall sup. He will lead you to the upper room, and there you shall sup or be edified, are the words of Christ. Back then, men didn't carry pitchers of water. That was a woman's job. If a man carried it, he would probably get stoned because they'd think he's a homosexual. So when Christ said, when you go into the city, when cities are everywhere, and we're at the time, the changing of the age, and you see the man with the pitcher of water, Aquarius, coming, that means you follow the energy of the age of Aquarius into the house. Well, we know that God dwelleth not in temples or houses made by man's hands. So you follow the energy of Aquarius into the house, inward, and follow that energy to the upper room, your higher self. There you shall sup, be edified with your higher self and others that are doing the same, that are on the same frequency as you, the same radio station as you, those that are on the Great Spirit Radio Network. That's what it is. That's why you all are here. That's why you all are here right now. Do I sound different? Do I have my own dialect? Yes, that has to do with when I was crystallized into this, when my light crystallized into this body, and my soul is taking care of this human. This human body has been through some things. So it's going to come out and sound a certain way. Okay? His hood. People from his hood was coming over here spamming me. 3-4 times a day, people from his hood coming over here scamming me. spamming me. Do I sound different than you? Do I look different than you? Do I look like a Native American chief that you've been indoctrinated to think that Native American chiefs look like? You gotta have a big pair of kahunas to come on and look the way I look and tell you boldly that I am the chief of the Hopewell Lenape tribe. I must know something. I must know who I am. And when I say Lenape, I've already told you before, the native term is Sagamore. Is for one clan, Unami clan, which is the Turtle clan, which in English is Priestly clan. The keeper of the knowledge, keeper of the flame. The Turtle clan. Flame is the lights above. That's how I know these things. It's not in a book. Well, yeah, it is in a book. It's in the book of life. It's all in the book of life. That no man or angel can open. In heaven, macro. On earth, meso. Or under the earth, micro. No man or angel can open that book of life. Only the Christos, or the lamp, the light of the world, the light of the true origin of eternal soul, life, light, and rest, can open that book. That's the womb of creation, the great mother, the greatest of spirit. Without that, in vogue, in vanity, never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it, not this time. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Oh, not this time. You're gonna go back, and you'll be back. But you have an opportunity in this age. That's why I do what I do. If Chief is so important, why he only got 7,000 followers? I don't even look at that number. Seem like you looking. Seem like you're looking at how many subs. I don't look at that. As long as I know this is working and this one person in here, I'm going to talk and I'm going to teach. Matter of fact, it don't even got, as long as I know it's working. If the Great Spirit tell me to sit down right here and share something, I'm going to do it. So, Babylon was fully based on the priestesses and priests of the Zodiac. 100%. So, what does that mean? Intellectual. All the intellect was based off the Zodiac. All scientific advances was based off the Zodiac. Soothsayers developed an extensive method of divination, linking certain events and patterns, earthquakes, floods, wind direction, thunder, lightning, tornadoes, other natural phenomena, all from the Zodiac. But it didn't exist, though, till 600 BC. But this is ancient Babylon, when it first started. So, what this did was it guided farmers. Where do they tell you farming started? Ancient Mesopotamia, which is Incorrect. We was over here in Turtle Island doing it 13,000 years ago. And if I get into it, this teaching, I'm gonna show you Serpent Mound, Poverty Point, Devil's Backbone. I'm gonna show you all of that and explain it to you like no one has ever explained it to you. Anyone who's lived in those areas and wondered about these mounds and what they're for, if you don't know who you know as the Hopewells, they're the ones that built Serpent Mound. We are the ones that built Serpent Mound. Okay? And helped build the ancient civilization Cahokia. Cahokia. The Mississippian center point for the biggest civilization on Turtle Island until Philadelphia surpassed it in the 1800s. Cahokia was the biggest civilization on Turtle Island. It was around Illinois between the Mississippi and the Missouri River. Had an extensive network going all the way to Delaware, Florida, down to the Four Corners, all the way down to Louisiana, all of that. Texas, what you call New Mexico today, Arizona, all the way up to Canada. Cahokia. Different pronunciation. Cahokia. Now, with the help of the Adinahs, Adinah is just Dinah, which is Virgo, which is the civilization comes from the age of Virgo. An ancient people. That's the Adinah tribe. Okay? It's Dinah. It's told in the Bible as the seventh seed of Yaakov, the daughter of Jacob, the seventh child, all right, of the older sister, Rebecca. No, is it Rebecca? Rebecca and no, Rebecca's the younger one. Who's the older sister that the dad tricked Jacob with? Rebecca and somebody knows. The older sister is who he had the children with first, and the seventh child was Dinah or Dinah. That's where the Adinah come. The Dinah over here on Turtle Island. Deborah, thank you, beloved sister Cheryl. The Adinah, all right, tribe here on Turtle Island comes from that, and it has nothing to do. It had everything to do with the Zodiac. The 12 tribes and all that is just the Zodiac. But they took Dinah out of there, or Dinah, because it was a woman. So the 12 Zodiacs had to be men. Patriarch. The 12 tribes. They took Dinah out of there. But that's the tribe of Dinah, or tribe of Adinah. And Adinah Hopewells are known to have built the Serpent Mount and Cahokia. Okay? It just means the people that were here during the age of Virgo. It's the people that kept the knowledge going through, even the changeover events and everything. Basically, we're the ones that are called to anchor in the truth during these changeover events for those who are going to make it through. So if you're here, beloved, that means either you personally are going to make it through the changeover, or your children are, or your grandchildren are, and they have to know some of this. Okay? You still have some, what we would call time to give this to them in your own way. You know, if they're a little bit older, you could bring them here to watch it. But it would mean more if you gave it to them yourself from your soul. Okay? Now, so what happened was from this, we're told that farming and agriculture started in Mesopotamia on that side. No one ever talks about over here, though, right? None of these teachers. They only talk about over there. They don't know over here because they're not from here. And I don't say that with any malice or animosity. To I, there's no borders. That's man-made. This whole realm is ours. I'm just talking about this particular landmass because the ocean did divide it. The pond, Great Pond divided it. Turtle Island. Why do you think we called it Turtle Island? Because we knew it was so little on a bigger earth. No one in their right mind will call America Turtle Island if they didn't know we lived on a bigger earth, and it's actually just the continent is literally is an island in the macro scheme of things. So the Zodiac guided farmers in the timing of their harvest. It guided the merchants and sailors in planning and navigating voyages in their sales and trades. And the Zodiac was almost solely what the king based the decisions based off of omens that were just the priestesses and mainly priestesses and priests reading the Zodiac. So farmers, merchants, sailors, and the kings all relied off the Zodiac. Going back to the time when farming began over there. We was doing it much further than that. Now not the Lenape. Well, we knew how to farm, but the Lenape, we're the woodland people from the bush. We live in the woods, so we kind of like we had a more extended stay in harmony, like what you would call the Garden of Eden, without being in a artificial cube structure laboratory. We remained in the woods, hence the bush name. As long as we could, and still to this day. And guess what? We're going back. So, so the omens, these omens are clearly, so if anyone thinks, if you want some two-dimensional things to back this up, if you really can't shake the whole book thing, these omens are clearly recorded on clay tablets, thousands and tens of thousands of them. Mainly the tablets are from like 1750 BC to like 2000 BC. This all came from studying the luminaries, which they efficiently could anticipate natural phenomena and their accompanying events from the natural phenomena. Okay. Now, one thing I can say, and I know I said I'm gonna leave the archaic thing alone, but I'll just add this because it's relevant to the teaching. Nowhere in any of them zodiacal cycles does it say anything about 138 years. Anything. There's nothing that's 138 years. That's a man-made thing. Okay? And it might actually be one man that made it. Possibly. But so in Babylon, Greece, India, and China, the priests all were the high class and scientists. Who were the priests and priestesses? Those that could read the stars, the zodiac. They used a device called a gnomon, spelled with a G. No, like gnosis, gnomon, but it's pronounced gnomon. It's a stick, like a staff, spelled G. If anybody wants to look it up and do research, GNOMON. And they find these from 3000 BC in China. And basically, it's a vertical stick For anyone that asks, silver fox, Silpel aquis. It's a vertical staff, right? And it measures astronomical, not astrological, astronomical distances by length during the night, and during the day, the length and direction of the shadow cast, and at night from the moon. Because without light pollution, there's still shadows cast at night. You know, that's how people say, like, the shadow of the moon is actually warmer than the moonlight itself, because there's still shadows at night. You just don't know because of all the light pollution. So the gnomons were just like this. See the different marks in the staff? It measures the zodiac, the constellations, the movements. Okay? And these things are found all over. The oldest ones are mainly in China. They're like 6,000 years old. And all civilizations were aware of the correlations between the timing of celestial movements and mundane conditions. Mundane just means earthly. The conditions on the plane of inertia. They know that as above, so it is below. So they can predict things. That's why I say if it happens in heaven, if it happens down here, it already happened up. It comes down, trickles down. They're talking about the lights. But that's just because we're in a cycle. It's a cycle. That's the records. Remember, a chord is like strumming a guitar. It's a vibration. It gets recorded up there. That's why the whole 48 constellations tells a story. Tells the whole story. Begins with the Argo or the Arc, all right, with the Ogdoad or the Ennead, the 8 or the 9, depending on if you count the Anubis, coming from what we would call Saturn, the crater Saturn, because they got flooded out when they cut the umbilical cord of the Great Mother and they merged with technology. When that happened, their crater got flooded. It took them 40 days to get here, even with their Argo technology, all recorded in the lights above. And then it tells you the story as it happened. And where does it end? Well, some can say it ends with the crux, the crossing. Okay, not Jesus on the cross, you, beloved. Nibiru, the crux. Nibiru just means the crossing. Nebharu, the I in the middle, when the two become one. The crucifixion on Golgotha, the place of the skull, where the two become one. That's what it is. The crux. Okay? It's the crossing point. Are you gonna get it? And the two become one and you become balanced, even, heaven, and whole? Holography, holy heaven. You become even, balanced, and whole and graduate. Or are you going to get back on the Argo because the changeover event happens? It can be the arc on the plasma by fire, or it can be the one by water, and it's the arc, Noah or Anu's arc. So either way, it's an arc, the archon. The arc gets turned on, and that's where all of the symbology and all of these stories come from. Now, I'm going to get into some pictures. I'm not even halfway through this. That's why I said, everyone that was like, you should have let Micah talk more. I had all this planned for that evening. So I refrained from getting into all this and let Micah do all that. But I still was involved with the build. So when people leave comments like, Chief, I love you, but let your guests talk. I'm not a YouTuber. It's what you're failing to realize. I'm not trying to sound like mean about it, but it's not that type of party. And it's not being egotistical. I'm saying it because it's a build. It's for you and Micah and I. Soon it was over, Micah was text me and was like, brother, that I just love building with you, brother. Like, I'm not going to, out of respect for him, I'm not going to get too into detail, but, if my guest is happy and the majority of everyone's happy, then I'm happy. Okay? You can't make everyone happy all of the time. It's not going to happen. Now, let me show you some things here. All right, give me 1 second. I use the bathroom again. I've been fasting today, so I got a lot of liquid running through me. TMI, I know. Okay, so it was just brought to my attention that what about the Argo, the 40 days, it was actually 40 years. It took them 40 years to get here from their crater. That's where the story of 40 years in the desert comes from. Because on the bigger Earth, there's what's known as it's the Great Sea. It's called the Sea Mary Sea. It's called the Great Calm Sea. Basically, it's bigger. It's so big you can't even fathom it. But it's on the moon map. It's called this Mary something or other. But it's the Calm Sea. Then you have what's in the Sumerian tablets is called the Hammered Bracelet. It's a big mountain, huge mountain so high that the rocket ships we have today can't even get over them. Like they talking about outer space, they can't even get over these mountains. It's the Sea of Serenity or something. I think it's the Sea of Calmness, but yeah. Then they got what's called the Hammered Bracelet. That's what shows up as the Milky Way galaxy. The way you see the Milky Way in the sky. That's the reflection of the what's called the Hammered Bracelet, and that's actually in the Sumerian tablets as well. About Elelu having to bust through. He couldn't get over them. Couldn't get over top of these mountains. He had to use with some kind of etheric weapon to bust a hole through these mountains to get here on what we would call UFO technology today. etheric technology, magnetism, magnodielectric. So, UFOs and all that stuff is just technology that they've had for hundreds of thousands of years, on a linear. All right, let's get into this. All right, hold on. Wait. Well, I guess that's good. But am I still on there? Let me see. Okay. This right here is Serpent Mound in Ohio. Okay. Now they tell you that this was made in around between 1000 and 2000 BC. That's incorrect. It was redone numerous occasions. We were always tending to it, making sure it was fresh. So the so-called scholars of today date this to, they can't come up with the exact date, so they just say like 1500 or 1800 BC. But this is actually about 13,000 years old. Now, as you can see, looks like a snake eating the cosmic egg. All right, and you see these loops here. Okay, then you see this spiral. Right, this right here is the changeover event, the plasma spirals that you would see that you see in the sky. Okay, now this right here is the entry point. This is Cancer. Okay, this is actually a turtle. It was really originally a turtle. I'll show you a better picture in a minute. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why is it 7? Because it is said by the ancestors you incarnate for 7 ages. Okay? You have 7 incarnations before a changeover event. 7 ages. All right. Now, going to the Gnostic text that is older than your biblical canon, in the book of Oannes, it's called Interrogatio Ioannis. Ioannis. Okay. Ioannis. Like Iya, like Enki, Oannes, or like John the Baptist. Interrogatio Ioannis. It's from the Catharians, the Cathars. Now the Cathars are like the Gnostics. They were also eradicated by the Knights Templar, just like the original Gnostics. Now, Oannes is just a name for John. So in this particular scripture, among other things, I'll get into a whole teaching about this Great Spirit one coming up soon, but it basically is John talking to Christ, or Oannes talking to Christ. And it's about who we call Satan coming to earth, or the demiurge, Yada Bayoff, coming down here in the process of basically artificial intelligence, those that are separated from the Great Mother, coming down here and taking over. It's the story of that. And there's a part where Oannes or John asks Christ, when Satan fell, in what place did he dwell? In answer, Christ said, because of his self-exaltation. Now, of course, you know they put my Father on everything. But when they say Father, it's talking about the origin of eternal soul, life, light, and rest. So it says, my Father decreed his transformation, withdrawing from him the light of his glory. The face of Satan was like an iron glowing from the fire. That's like gold, golden light. So, and it says, and the whole aspect of his countenance was like that of a man. That means his shape looked like a man, but he was glowing. And he had 7 tails, which he drew away the third part of the angels of God. He was cast out from the stewardship of heaven, falling down from heaven. Satan could find no peace in this firmament, nor could those who were with him. And he besought the origin of eternal soul, saying, I have sinned, have patience with me, and I will pay thee all. The origin of eternal soul was moved with pity for him and gave him peace to do what he would until the 7th day. Now, what does that mean? The 7th day. They're talking about 7 ages. First age, age of Cancer. That's the moon. Second, Leo. That's the sun. The moon comes before the sun. The third, Virgo. That's Mercury. The fourth, Libra. That's Venus. That's when they made the Great Pyramid technology and actually split the reality. And it went from, instead of going Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, they changed Libra, and you can see in the Egyptian hieroglyphs, when it started, the age, it was all about Libra, the scales of my eye. But by the end now, eerily and ironically, now it's all about the bull. It's all about Taurus, the bull. But both are governed by Venus, the morning star. Okay? The pyramids were lined up. The technology was lined up with Mercury, Saturn, and Venus. Okay? Now remember, Cancer is the moon, Leo is the sun, Virgo is Mercury, Libra is Venus. The Great Pyramid, the main with the Queen's Chamber and King Chamber, the pituitary gland and the pineal gland, that was the main technology. That was lined up with Venus. Why? Because that was the age they were in, the age of Libra. They literally split space-time with this technology. And the age of Libra became the age of Taurus, which then became the 5th age. Instead of going into the age of Scorpio, you shall have power over the serpents and the scorpions of the earth. Remember? In the book of Genesis, instead of going to the age of Scorpio, it went to the age of Aries. That's why the tribe of Aries is still ruling to this day, because they're the ones that know what I'm telling you. They were the beneficiaries of what happened with the pyramid. The Egyptians went running, scattering. The plagues came, all this different stuff, death came. Everybody just ran for the hills. And one high priest named Amenhotep IV, Akhenaten, took all those that were scattering all around him, took them to the mountains, a volcano, Sinai. Took them out in the wilderness, promised them a new start and this and that. Took his knowledge, his very high knowledge of what we would call alchemy, and started his own religion that we call Judaism today, that is now morphed into Christianity, which is now Biblicanism. So the age of So when Cancer moon, that's one. Okay, here's the moon over here. Oh, let me use my. Here's the moon. Right here. Over there. Okay, that's the entry into this incarnation. All right. Then you have Leo, the sun. These are all, I'll show you the graph in a minute. These right here are all lined up with the summer and winter solstices. These loops right here. They're lined up with the solstice, age of Leo, sun. Then you have, so hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Leo, Virgo, that's Mercury. This is lined with Mercury. Then you have Libra, that got turned to Taurus on the other side of the pond. Then you have Aries. Then you have Pisces and Aquarius. I think I did that wrong right there because I'm kind of like balancing things on my leg and everything. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah. So this is not Leo. This is Leo. Leo, Sun, Virgo, Libra, which is Venus. And these are all aligned with these bodies. This was supposed to be Scorpio, but it got, because this got changed from Libra to Taurus. Then this is Aries, Pisces, Aquarius, and then the Saturn. Those that don't, this is what you call the goat getting ready to climb the mountain. This is when Uranus returns, and you can either be here for this changeover event, and that's like the portal, that represents the portal, or the changeover event, or the crown going on top of your head, the 1,000 times. Okay. And then if you don't graduate, you can come back through here and incarnate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then you have another one right here, by water. Fire, plasma, water, the moon. Okay, this is a sea turtle. This is another place that is ancient. They tell you it was like they change the dates on these all the time. Looks like a snake's head, right? No, it's the same thing. It was all set up with the 7, the incarnations and everything. And they even show you the sun cycle. See how this is short? Look how short this one is. That's the blue sun, white sun, yellow sun, red sun. See how the days are long. Man live 1,000 years. Okay. Then here's the yellow sun, orangish yellow. Okay. White, blue. Bang. Then right here, drains. This is the drains leading to the cistern. What's the cistern? The waters of the mother. The waters below. The earth waters. The waters of the mother. So this is also in Diana. Diana also Dina. Remember? Adinah Hopewell. In Dina. In Diana. Adinah. That's where they got this from. Also built this structure as well about 4,000 years ago. Now, here is what it originally looks like. Serpent Mound. Again, this is the same story told in the 4 corners by the Anasazi. This is right here, the tree of life. You see the 7 ages surrounding it right here. Here's the tree of life. This is the tail. This is the plasma event. Same story being told here with the Great Serpent Mound. Right here on Turtle Island, a.k.a. America. This is Devil's Backbone. Okay? In Diana or Adinah, which is Virgo. All right. Here's Serpent Mound again. All right? Moon. Right here. This is the sign. People think it's the sun. No, it's Earth. This is the ancient Turtle Island symbol for Earth, not the sun. This is when you be earthed. You come through the moon or the womb that was used as the turtle. Remember, the turtle shell is always associated with the lunar. 13 spots on its back, 28 little slots around. It's the lunar. The turtle always represents the moon or the womb. Okay? Now, this is Earth. This is when you're be earthed. Here we have the two dots. What are these? In the Bible, these are called the two witnesses. Keep in mind, this is 12,000 years older than the Bible. Excuse me, about 10,000 years older than the, 11,000. 11,000 years older than the Bible. Earthworks here, right on Turtle Island. Does this look like a military fort to you? Again, going by a certain teacher who just did a teaching about star forts and things, said that all these earthworks were military forts. Yep. They must have been, this was highly tactical right here. This was a highly tactical symbol. Sure, this was too. Right? The head of the serpent, highly tactical. Also, this must have been bullet fragments from the war in 1600 when they were shooting. It just ironically made all this from gunpowder. Yep. Same story all across Turtle Island. Now, look at this. Keep a good eye on this part right here. The two witnesses that return. Now, here we have Saturn, or what I told you about Satan, coming down and being here in this firmament, could not find peace, it says, in the Catharian Gnostic text, older than the biblical text. Here is the symbol of the Great Mother, okay? And they tell you this is Saturn right here. This is the symbol you see during the what's called pole shift, when this is directly above. What does this look like? It looks like a mouth eating something, the crescent eating something. This is in Sumeria, ancient Sumeria, right here. This is Saturn. Okay. This is in Georgia. They tell you this is an eagle. No, this is a sea tortoise. This is also telling you the path. This is also 10,000 years old. Okay? Made of quartz. Originally made of all quartz. Today it's been redone so many times it's just granite rocks. This was all quartz. Okay? This is the entry point into Cancer. They know that the soul incarnates in the age of Cancer. This is the turtle representing the moon or the womb or the lunar. Okay? The Great Mother incarnation into this realm. Okay? They incorrectly, the gatekeepers tell you this is an eagle. And then they have there's another one that's called the hawk. That is a bird. It is a bird. And it would represent the phoenix, but not not the archaic phoenix event. Two totally separate things. This is in Georgia. Now, these are in China, right here. This is the so China, Marquesa Island, and the Chatham Islands. Okay, look at this one particularly, right here. Again, what do you see? That's in China. Here's the snake, right here. The snake's mouth. The crescent eating this cosmic egg. Okay. You see it more clearly right here. Here's the top of the dome. There's an opening. Here's the all-seeing eye that they turn it into right here. What we told it as a turtle head. Here's the Sumerian way to tell it. Here's the Chinese symbol for it, as you can see. Very, very similar. Exact same shapes. Here's the squatter man. There's the two witnesses. Exit out of here. Two witnesses, squatter man. Squatter man. This is what you'll see at the North Pole. This is the star that's being eaten. That is Saturn. Okay? The sun that takes off its mask. The black hole sun, won't you come? Right? Here it is, the squatter man, two witnesses. Right here, the top. Here it is, the two witnesses told in a different way with the 7 ages of incarnation, right? Here's the praying mantis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's all the same thing. These go back ancient in carvings right here. Okay? This is Sagittarius with the bow and arrow. This is when it happened in the winter solstice. So this is the flood. The winter, when it happens during the winter solstice, is the flood. During the summer solstice is the fire. Okay? Red Kachina, blue Kachina. Which also came from the Hopewell tribe. That was passed on to the Anasazis. That was passed on to the Pueblo, which was passed on to the Hopis. Here it is again. Same thing. Look. This is called the female sun, the pendant from Africa. Dogon tribe. Looks like a turtle, right? It's called the female sun. It's when the Great Mother is purged. This is from the Dogon tribe in Mali. Here is when Venus, Mercury, and Saturn align. Here's the plasma coming down. This is the tongue of Shiva that is seen everywhere. Shiva, the destroyer of worlds, but the end and the beginning, the first and the last, the head and the tail. Here it is again. This is from a goblet in Uzmal, right here. Okay, the Saturn. Here's Saturn representing Saturn. Here's the plasma coming from Venus when they align at the North Pole. Okay, the 7 seals all align. They amalgamate, and the 7 bowls of energy are released. You hear a sound called the trumpet. Now, here, this is a wood inscription over 2,000 years old. Well, not over, but about 1,700 years old. As you can see, give me 1 second. So, the symbolism of the cross is understood from within the Christian faith with no reference as the cross as the tree of life. You see how it doesn't keep going up? You see that's a T? Well, that's the tav, that's the mark. Okay? T stands for tav, or the mark. All right? It's the tree. T, the tree. Okay? It wasn't always kept going up. It was a T. Okay? So the Christian faith doesn't reference its universal symbol as the tree of life. I mean, it crosses all creeds, all native cultures everywhere. That's why even the native tribes here on Turtle Island have the cross as some of their symbols. It has nothing to do with Christianity. So it's the tree of life is placed in symbolic counterpoise to the tree of knowledge. All right, so it's like a reflection, as above, so below, kind of thing, like a reflection. Tree of knowledge, tree of life. So I'm gonna explain this to you in a second. So in art, Christ is also sometimes placed hanging on a tree of grapes, linking his sacrifice with the god of the Greek tradition, Dionysus. And it also says in the Bible, Christ says, I am the vine, ye are the branches. I think that's John 15:4, 15:5. He says he's the vine, and that's Dionysus. And here's the picture right here. So again, we see the curls. What do you see? The spiral. The spiral. Spiral, 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 spiral. Spirals everywhere right here. What is that? That's the plasma. This is the Mount Meru, the seed of the mother. Here's the tree of life going up. This is the middle of our bowl, our crater. This is the dome going over top with 3 layers. 1, 2, 3. Okay? That's why I said 80-pound hailstones fall. Because 1 layer is made of ice. Okay? There's 3 layers to the firmament. That's why in the book of Job it says, can you loose the bands of Orion? That's what they're talking about. They thought that the 3 stars of Orion was making the 3 layers of the firmament, which it possibly could have something to do with it. All right. So here you see the tree. Okay. Now look at all the spirals everywhere. That's plasma, the plasma apocalypse. Here is the same symbology as the snake, as this in Sumeria, as this in the Hopewell tribe serpent mound. Look at this. Look at the 2 witnesses on the side. And look at this. Right here. Okay? Look at the 2 witnesses. Boom, boom. Right there. Okay? Look at the 2 witnesses. Boom, boom. Right there. All right? We also have the 12 zodiacal signs right through here. Okay? And here we have the Chiro. That's the symbol. That's the P. the chi and the rho. The chi rho. Okay? The chi is the X, seed of the mother. All right? The P is the rho. Chi rho comes from hero or Heru. Neb Heru, the return of Nibiru, the crossing. Right? This is the return of Nibiru, not a planet. The crossing of your consciousness, where the two become one. You see this right here? You see the hands? You see I got the up symbol, but you see how the feminine, you see how right there, how I go like this? You see right here? The thumb is not touching. I mean, whoever made this is showing you that they are part of the patriarchy, the distorted masculine energy, because they're showing you with their Masonic hand symbol that they are letting you know the feminine energy has been broken. That's when they leave the thumb open. When they twist the fingers and do it like this, they're letting you, you'll see some pictures where they got it like that. They're letting you know that that's the distorted masculine, aka homosexuality. If they have both that and it open, they're telling you they distorted both energies. Okay, that's Masonic hand symbolism. Now, this is called the holy drama. This, whether it's Dionysus on the vine, the grapevines, this and that, or it's Jesus Christ. It's the holy, or Osiris. It's the tree of life. It's the holy drama. So basically, what do you see here? You're returning home. Returning home where? What's that? That's the yoni, the womb of the great mother. They put it right in front of you. They all know the truth. They all know the truth. That the feminine energy is the origin. Even the word origin is origine, like gynecologist. Origin. This is the original energy. So here is the Christos going back through the portal of the Yoni-verse. Okay, returns home like many lords before him to the place beyond opposites. The source. Okay? Like I said when Michael was on about Palm Sunday, that's in Aries, and Ash Wednesdays in Pisces. The ashes are placed on the foreheads of the embers of last year's burnt palm leaves, which have been so-called blessed with holy water, and they make the sign of the cross on your forehead with ashes. All right, that's called Ash Wednesday. Odin's Day, Woden's Day, Mercury, all-knowing. When the two become one, you are now Hermes. You are now Thoth, Tahuti, the Jedi, the Force. All right? The all-knowing. So, basically, Palm Sunday begins the Holy Week that ends in the resurrection that's called Easter, Ishtar. Ishtar because it's going back into the womb of Inanna, which in Sumer they call the goddess of heaven, the queen of heaven, which the Shemitic people stole their story, the Canaanites and all them, and turned it into their Ra legion. Yahweh and all that. Yahuwah and all that. This is far older. So this is, like I said, the mystery. The Passion of the Christ is reenacted every year, just as they were in the mysteries of Addis in Rome. Before that, the mysteries of Osiris at Abydos, which at the end, they would raise the Jed pillar. Now, the Jed pillar is just looks like this. I'll show you real quick. This is the Jed pillar right here. So they would raise this up. Well, as you can see, this is also where the Ankh, the Jed pill and the Ankh became one and the same. Okay. The Jed pillar represents the North Pole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you see the skip right here. Remember what I said? That's when they made their where they split time and all that with this particular Jed. But see, on the fifth one, there's no color. That's where they made the split in the age. See? 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything's colorful in alignment. Boom. They switched it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. Now the Jed also represents the pole shift. Just on Turtle Island, it was totem poles. And the Canaanite, it was the Asherah pole. Here you can see the raising of it. They did this during the celebration of Osiris or the rebirth. This was all to remember one event. All of this is so the ancestors or the descendants of the ancestors would not forget. They would have things here to give them sparks of remembrance, to remember who you are, what this is, and what the truth is. And this is right around the corner. So getting back to this. Basically, the raising of the Jed column is the wooden pillar I just showed you. It represents the tree of life and the sign of resurrection. Why is it the sign of resurrection? Because after the pole shift or the changeover, that's when everything gets cleared out and life starts over again in harmony. Okay, look, life, Ankh, the breath of life. It starts over. See the 1, 2, 3? That's the 3 rings of the so-called Atlantis. Okay? It's also where they get the menorah from. The top is the 7th candle, Shamash. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Got the boom, top candle right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You put that on top of each other. This is the same symbolism as this. Same symbolism as Poverty Point in Louisiana. Okay? Here is the menorah. Here's Mount A, shaped like the snake. This right here is lined up with certain ages, not just the meso, meaning the solstices and the equinoxes. This is also the ages, so you know when it's coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Back to the waters of the Great Mother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Back to the waters of the Great Mother. 7 incarnations. Okay? 7 incarnations. This is in Louisiana, 12,000 years old. Okay? What does that represent? In Louisiana, Poverty Point. Excuse me, this goes back to 10,000 BC. This is 12,000 years old. Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one has 6, but if you count the spaces in between, 1. Yes, baby.
I pop.
Ask your brothers. See if y'all give her a little snack till I'm done this teaching, please.
Already hyper. And she already been hitting me the whole time.
Well, you gotta calm down now. You can't be hitting on people. I don't know if we got a lollipop or nothing. So this right here is this. This is in Louisiana, Poverty Point, Turtle Island, Coakia. This existed before Coakia. Okay? Mound A is the same shape as the head of Serpent Mound. Well, I X'd out of the other picture. But it's the same shape. This mound right here, same shape. See, it's in the middle, coming from where? The pole. Boom. It's letting you know when the event will be there. And what do we have here? Boom, boom. The two witnesses. Here it is again. Here is Earth with the dragon lines. Here we have the same thing from Poverty Point. They just did one side of it. Okay. Here it is right here. They tell you the Van Allen belt. This would be the Van Allen belt. Now look at this. Now let's jump over to ancient Egypt. What do you see? Red shift, blue shift. Here's the scarab or the crab or the age of Cancer or age of the scarab or the later turn into the crab. Holding up the red shift. The red sun, that means the flood. The blue sun is the plasma. Okay? So here, blue, red, the green light from the heart. Red, blue. This is the blue shift. Blue, red. Here we have it. It's all the same thing over and over and over and over, over and over and over. No one knows how to tell you because they're not looking inward. Here's the snake eating the moon. Here's Saturn return, the Chiro or Nibiru return, the Chiro, the hero. Here's the blue sun. See the blue right here? It's blue, and now you see the spirals, the plasma. Now you see the spirals, the plasma. That's the fire. Here's Cancer, water, the red sun. Okay? Red sun, that's the flood. When Atlantis got flooded and they all came to Mesopotamia and Egypt and all that and shared their knowledge from Atlantis. This is the red sun. That's why they got it in all their headgear, the red sun. Red kachina, blue kachina. Okay? Poverty Point. This used to have color to explain it. It would be red and blue, it would tell you, but over thousands of years and no one knowing or keeping these mysteries from you, they don't know. Here's the real picture of it. Symbol of the Great Mother. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Back to the green or the heart. Okay. Back to the nature or natural or original or origin. All right? The natural spirit, the atone, surrounded by the river of living water. Here it is again. From ask them to help you, baby. Now, Mound E. Here's the diagram. Mound E is right here. It's called ball court mound. Now, you can't see it, but the reason being, Mound E sometimes referred to as ball court mound. The ball court designation comes from two shallow depressions on its flattened top, which reminded archaeologists of playing areas in front of outdoor basketball goals. Okay? Here's a little shot of it. Now, again, you can see the turtle. That's not the ball point, but you can see the turtle picture right there coming out of the water, shaped like a turtle. But Mound E, the ball court mound, because it was shaped like a basketball goal, is what the archaeologist said. Well, let's take a look at a basketball court. Well, what does this look like? Here we have the pole, or the pole shift. Here's the eye. Here's the cube of Saturn. Here's the all-seeing eye. All right. Here's the net or her web, or Hebrew, Shemaiah. Here is the snake head right here. What does this look like? Look at the ball court. What does this look like? Here's the hoop. Here's the net. Here's the ball. Here's the curves. Here's a basketball. What does this look like? Baal or Baal, who they worship. Baal is just, the word Baal is them worshiping this. That's why Shiva is outside of CERN. It's the end that is the beginning. The phoenix that rises from the ashes. And no, not the 138-year event. The real deal. This is the cross. The seed of the mother. Okay? The X for Osiris. All right? What does this look like? This is the serpent. Right here. Right here. Look at the serpent head. Here's the moon. Even got the dotted lines. Even got the orangish red symbology. Because one down here is red and one down here be blue. Red shift, blue shift. The pole. The changeover. Here's the sun. Here's the squatter man. Where is it? Back here. All right. Squatter man. Basketball. That's the squatter man. Bow, ball. There it is. The basketball court, the basketball. Here's your football. Okay? Here's the top. Here's the bottom. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 incarnations on the football. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 incarnations. You don't have 7 fingers. Why do they have 7 right here on the football? Why would they do that? Do you see? 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Squatter man, basketball court. Mound E is ball court. Here we have the 7 incarnations of the 7 ages. Now, not only does this tell you the incarnation cycle, this literally told the conception cycle for the womb man. The woman would conceive right here, okay, conception at the summer solstice full moon, right here, conception. Here are the 9 moons, 9 months of carrying the soul. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come back down. Why? The analemma. 7, 8. Guess when you come out and you beat Earth, where the 2 become 1 at the analemma. When the crossing right here is the 9th month. My tribe, Chief Ironbush Silpel Aquis of the Hopewell tribe, Hopewell Lenape tribe, am the carrier of 13,000 years of this knowledge. I am unveiling it to you today with the anointing of the dragon chief elders. Never before unveiled. This will be in my book. It is already copyrighted for situations that have happened recently. Similar situations. I'm unveiling to you what archaeologists in the past millennia either do not know or will not share with you. My bloodline is the final, and I'm not going to say too much, but we are the direct lineage of the chiefs of the what you know as the Hopewells. Now, this is the solstice. Here's the conception going up, lined up with the moons, all in alignment with our serpent mound. Come down when the analemma crosses is the 9th month. That's the birth. That's the birth. That's the birth. Okay, the B earth. That's the 9th month. This is conception. Be earthed. The necktie. Here's your incarnation cycle. Here's what they call the golden age. Here's a mockery of Atlantis. This too was geomancy built off the same premise that I'm teaching you now. This is the menorah. Okay, look at the Atlantis. Look at Poverty Point. In Louisiana, 11,000 years old. Look at the menorah. Atlantis, a crater and a crater and a crater. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Half of this is the menorah. The other half is the menorah on top. That is the pole shift. Here is in Dubai. They redid. This is called Atlantis the Palm. Here is the crescent of the Great Mother. Here they've redone something of their own creation, but it is all about the pole shift. The same thing as the snake eating the turtle. This looks like a dragonfly, as they are. Dragonflies are benevolent, but they are parasites. Ancient symbols. Okay, so I'm just going to finish up with, as you see this, I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on this, and then we'll finish this teaching up. So, first, let me see. Where's it at? This one. All right. So, as I said, the wooden pillars, the Jed column, that represents this. Every year they would do this so no one will forget this event. Okay? The wooden pillar is the tree of life and the sign of resurrection. The people would say Osiris is risen, or they would say Asar. Okay? Asar means the changeover. A to the U, gold. All right? A to the U, I'll explain it a little bit more. So when Christ, the story of Christ took over the role of the Lord of the tree of life, but the Lord of the tree of life also is given the role of the Lord of the beast, the guardian ruler of the animal world of nature. That's called the circle of animals, aka the Zodiac, aka Mount Zion, the Zoion. So the ruler of the tree of life, the tree of life, is also the ruler of the beasts. See the beast? He's also the ruler of the beast of the field. Okay? That's what they're not telling you. That's why they call Osiris the king of the underworld. It just meant the beast of the field. And the beast. So the circle of the beast. That's the circle of animals. That's what the Zodiac definition is of the word. So this goes back to Osiris, Asar. Now, is the Lord of the beasts and guardian and ruler of the animal world and nature. We are not in an artificial simulation. This natural organic earth is about to fight back. And those that are arising from their slumber are also going to fight back, but not in a violent way, through our energy, through repairing and remembering. Okay? Not reading books and getting 150 million subscribers on YouTube. No, the ones that are here to fulfill this out, what you're really here to do, are going to start taking action. Those that have been going inward instead of outward. Okay? They're about to start manifesting and preparing for getting through this event and basically having heaven on earth. It's basically what's going to happen. And you all here that are here right now, I can't even see how many people are here. Whoever is here and whoever watches this on the rewatch, you are one of those eternal souls that are called to do this. And what I can't tell you how, only you can know. But I can tell you, I know that you are one. You are one of the eternal souls that are here for that reason. So Lord of the beasts, guardian and ruler of the animal world and nature. But in Genesis, they command the people in Genesis to tear down, to scrape out, tohu and bohu, to abominate and desolate, and to subdue the world, dominate, not be one with it, not be one with nature, the good shepherd. No, rule it, be with a iron, with a rod of iron to rule all the nations, the Mashiach. No. So this is in a cathedral. I forget exactly where, but you see the two winged animals. Well, actually, it is. So you see the lion and the bull. Winged lion, that's a griffin, and the bull, right here. Okay, and one eagle and one winged man. You see the eagle, and you see the winged man. Okay. And also, let me add, Zoion is also the Ion of Oz. So the Wizard of Oz, the Wizards of the Zodiac, the Wizards of Zoion, and Oz is Zoo or Zeus or Zeus. Jesus. And Zodiac means the wheel of animals, like a zoo or the zoos. Zooz. Oz, Zeus, or Zeus. Jesus. The ruler, or the, not the ruler, but the one who has become one with the all, including what's in this realm, the wheel of animals, the zoo. You have set the captives free. When they say went down to hell and set the captives free, talking about animals and everything. The trees, everything, every living thing. Set them free from this. The firmament, the firm mind, the skull, the place of Golgotha, the place of the skull, but the two become one. So, so he's sitting in the oval, you know what that is, emerging from an opening womb. This is also in John's vision in Revelation, in the Christian text. And the images were then the four cardinal signs of the Chaldean zodiac, which about 3,000 years later, they have become the fixed signs. So they were originally the cardinal signs, but now they're the fixed signs. Okay, Aquarius, Scorpio, Leo, and Taurus. So that, like I said, in the older Chaldean stuff goes back 28,000 years. I know from elder chiefs have told me they've come in contact with other Chaldean priesthood, and they have astronomy going back 28,000 years, verified. Now I don't know if it's it's not in a book though. So, let me think. I'm just going over some notes. I scribble so many notes. I can't even. It's like I write neat, but it's a lot of times I just get mixed up because I just be jotting stuff down. I don't like write everything like a script. Where was I? So basically, right here, Christ is the axis mundi. All right. which is known as the tree of life. So in Christian symbolism, these signs of the 4 world quarters became the 4 evangelists. Luke as the bull. So here's Luke. Mark as the lion, right here, or the griffin. John as the eagle. And earlier, they tell you that Judas was a Scorpio betrayer, but John was known as the eagle. And Matthew as the winged angel. And at one time, they carried 2 pitchers of water, actually. And that comes from the earlier Osiris myth, where Happy, Hapi, the Nile god, pouring the waters of life upon the parched ground. Now, this is verified in the pyramid text from 3100 BC, but Happy's existence is literally so old, it's not even tied to linear time. The deity in Happy in Egypt in the pyramid text, they dated it 31 BC, showing that the Zodiac, they knew about the Zodiac in Egypt in 3100 BC. But Happy is literally, the story of it is so old, they can't even tie it down on a linear scale. That means it existed previous from the last changeover event. That means it came from Atlantis and possibly even before Atlantis, Lemuria. Okay, that's how old the story is of Osiris, the Christ, Haru, all of that. It's literally, it could go back 80,000 years on a linear scale. So I don't want to drag this out, so let me explain this real quick, and then we'll get on up out of here. So this one right here, this is a woodcut in, I believe, France. It's the symbolism is the cross, as I said, the tree of life. The cross rises out of and away from the sphere of the world. See right here? That's the world. See the sphere? That's the toroidal. It don't mean it's a globe or earth spinning ball. It's just a toroidal sphere. See the snake? That's the earth energy, as I told you. It ain't evil. It's just the earth energy. So, cross rises out of and away from the sphere of the world, represented by the skull with the serpent circling around it. So this is the skull, the place of Golgotha, on top of the skull, the higher mind, above your mind, on top of Mount Zion. Okay? Now, Christian emphasis on transcendence as the way of unifying the opposites. This is given here with the sun and the moon. Or I guess it would be sun and moon right here. It's hard to tell which ones. I guess sun and moon right there. So that's the 2 becoming 1, the unifying of the opposites, the sun and the moon. These heads right here, the dismembered heads, and limbs hanging from the heart-shaped wreath. See the heart? Look, that's the heart-shaped wreath, and you see the 2 heads hanging here. That links with earlier traditions, actually, of sacrifice, which took the form of dismemberment rather than hanging from a tree. So what they're letting you know is, with these heads here, is and these arms and legs and stuff, that we got this from earlier. We're just showing you a new interpretation with the Jesus, okay? But this is showing you like Dionysus and Osiris getting cut in 14 pieces. Dionysus got dismembered on the vine and all that. That they're letting you know this is not just Jesus This is the great drama about you, beloved. Here's the two polarity, the feminine and the masculine, becoming one. Neb Haru, Nibiru. Here's the scales of Ma'at, Libra. You see the wreath right here is shaped like a heart. Now the body, the physical body, is offered as a sacrifice for the body of life, meaning all of life. So you're giving up who you think is you, your ego, your persona, this human avatar. You're giving it up so all around you can have love, and love means life. Meaning love from your soul that becomes a spiritual emanation where you love others just as much as you love you. But you have to love you. Not in an arrogant, conceited way, and not your ego. The soul inside of you that knows right and wrong. That knows when something happens like, man, this is unfortunate, man. This is messed up. Like, I wish this was different. Like let's try to do the right thing. If it involves someone else and they don't want to do the right thing, then you have the right to explain yourself and everything, but then leave it alone, because it takes two to argue. It takes two to conflict. Okay, it takes two to tango. It also takes two to unite. But that starts with you, with the two energies, sacred masculine, sacred feminine. Okay? Not good and evil. That's the Cainable system. Now, let me see. The mystery here, as in earlier mysteries, is that the eating of the bread and the drinking of the wine. Is it here? Let me see. Normally it is. The bread and the wine. I don't know if I see it here. But I did a teaching on that previously. But basically the bread and the wine is about returning to us symbolically to the original substance of the whole being, the even, the heaven being, the even, the whole, the balance being, whose life is not time bound by Saturn, but we are eternal. So in Syria, Egypt, Babylon, and Greece, the divine son, or the savior who had paid for them the price of death, the divine son was the savior whose death is the pledge of the moon's eternal, the moon's gift of eternal life. Let me repeat that. In Syria, Egypt, Babylon, Greece, the divine son, the savior who had paid for them the price of death, was the savior whose death is the pledge of the moon's gift of eternal life. Okay? That especially is with the mysteries of Dionysus. Dionysus comes from the word Dios, Nisos, which basically means Zeus. That's where they get the word Jesus from. Dionysus, Dios, Nisos is where they get the word Zeus. And his number was 7. Nisa or Nisos comes from the word Nisa, which means mountain, which comes from Meru, which is the tree of life, the middle, the axis mundi, Mount Meru, the seed of the mother. Okay? Dionysus. Dionysus is die on Isis. That's all set, the golden set. That's Uranus, or the Greek word for heaven, coming back with the horizontal energy, set, the balanced masculine energy with the balanced feminine energy, earth of the heart. All set, Isis is seeing her own reflection in the moon. The moon has 14 cycles, Osiris was cut into 14 pieces. Osiris is not Osiris, it's Isis. Isis is Isis. It's her reflection. And she gets tricked into thinking that she is cut into 14 pieces. The moon's 14 reflections are 14 cycles. The woman's cycle of birth, rebirth. That's Isis, is. All set, the golden set. Okay? Now, the myth is that messed everything up with the particular Jesus Christ teaching is that it is deemed to have happened in a particular linear time in history. And this transformed the very concept of how we conceptualize time. It made everything linear, meaning masculine. From the 0 point, that's the 0 point of the masculine takeover. It began earlier, but that's the 0 point, where time was 0, BC, AD, 0. Okay? They made it seem like the myth would happen at a linear point in time, and that Christ's sacrifice is deemed to have occurred at a particular time. Easter, Ishtar, which is 5,000 years older than 0, the year 0. And what happened, they basically, it's almost like the flow of time at that moment is suspended, and his story becomes a frozen. His story, history is frozen, upon which we must read backwards. BC, we got to read backwards to the beginning, and we got to read frontwards to the future. That's the masculine way of thinking. That's where they got us at. You got to read backwards to the beginning or look forwards to the future when it's now. Now is 0 point. You are the 0 point. Your heart is the 0 point. And according in the ending, the second coming of Christ is supposedly the ending in the future. That's when the whole world ends. No, that's when it begins, beloved. The first shall be last, the last shall be first, the head will be the tail is the head. The least will be the greatest. The greatest shall be the least. They're telling you a celestial cycle, not prophecy. Beloved, if this is all biblical, then how do we have this sitting on Turtle Island, aka America, that's 12,000 years old? Now they go, of course, anybody that is just a book reader and believes anything that's written on a book, that's why I'm gonna write it in my book, and you can refer to the book that I write. You can start referring to that, and you can reference that for anyone that needs a book. This has been sitting on our land 13,000 years. How'd they know it? When it's the same thing as this. Here's the mouth. Same imagery. Same shape. Same shape. Same shape. Same shapes. Same symbols, shapes, same symbols, shapes. Here it is again. All of it. So, the original myth was articulated how I'm telling you about time. It's cyclical. That's how the ancestors, we had nothing to hide. We didn't have no agenda. It was truth was the agenda. So we explained this was cyclical. The lunar model of birth, death, and rebirth as a continuous process, not reincarnation. You don't have to come back to this realm. That's the trick. They try to make you think that. No, you can be rebirthed into it's like I said, dying is going into a different light spectrum. That's That's rebirth. It's reborn into a different light spectrum. Okay? Readjusting. It's a continuous process because you're eternal. What do you want to sit in a chair forever? The eternal origin of soul, life, light, and rest. You can rest. Resh is the rish or the resh or the rush or the crest or the crush or the Christ. The Christian concept turned into linear time in which God's birth, death, and rebirth happen once for all. It only happened once. It ain't never going to happen again. And the world's going to be gone. And it ain't never going to happen again. And you're just going to be sitting somewhere in heaven in the clouds. And that's it. That's the Christian version of the biblical version. Just once, it's just a finish line that's there. And you cross it and woo. Now what? We just sit up here and chill, man. And we sing holy, 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 holy for eternity to Yahweh. Nah, you can keep that. So with linear time, it predisposes the myth to a historical event rather than symbolical, whereas in earlier version, where the sacrifice happened perennially, the idea of it occurring once to the ancestors would have seemed impossible, because the way the ancestors looked at time, our ancestors knew the truth that time was cyclical, the analemma. Our ancestors knew that this is time. So if you would have told them that it's just one and done and it's over, they would have laughed. They would have said that's impossible. They would have said that's the equivalent to interrupting the perpetual flow of the life process of in and out of all created beings. Why is this important? Because it's all cyclical. And guess how we know? Because it's all written in the lights above. This is the Zodiac, my friends. This is the truth. The Zodiac is literally the Ra Legion of the construct that you are in, my friend. The Zodiac is timeless. It literally is timeless. There is no time stamp on it. You cannot put a linear time on it because it is the records, the vibrations stored in the light code, so no man can disrupt it. No man nor angel can disrupt the records, the records, the vibrations that is recorded with light. Why do you think they're spraying in the sky? So you can't see it. Okay? But guess what? It's also in here. That's why. Do I have something against books and book readers? No. But what am I here for? I'm here to show you that you are the book of life. It's just like Adam naming everything else. That's similar to reading every book on earth. That's a horse. That's a donkey. That's an elephant. That's a willow tree. That's an olive tree. But who am I? Who am I? That's the mother of all living. Who am I? If you can't read the book of life, these books mean nothing. These books mean nothing. They mean nothing. It doesn't matter. They're fire. This is firewood. This is for fire. This is for the fireplace. This is what these will do. This is the best thing they can do for I. is when I get this now of course I'm gonna, that's why I'm writing the book I'm writing, because it's gonna have it all. Whether I gotta write a 2-3 part series, I'm gonna try to make it as small as possible. That way you can transport it as easily. So it's not Encyclopedia Britannica. You can literally carry 3 books and it got it all. That's the goal. But the bigger goal is to have a place where we don't have to worry about that worry. We can just be in the now, the eternal now, and we can pass that on to our descendants that may have to go through this tour next or again. So I love you all very much. Please excuse the beginning that it hurt. I'm not gonna play the victim role, but I will be honest. It does hurt that it had to come to that between Jason and I and Archaics and stuff. But as I said, I'm a man of my word. This is the last you will hear of it from I. No matter what is said. No matter what is said, he can make $1 million off of that video. I don't care. Okay, I don't care what he says after this. I don't care what the errants say. As long as if you come over here and you're being disrespectful, like very disrespectful, then you will get blocked. But I hardly ever block anyone. I don't think I've blocked anyone off of here yet, to be honest. On Facebook I had to, because I had like 50K subs. Girl, why you pulling on your hair? But yeah, apologies for that, but it was placed on my heart to clear things up before it escalated into something like a snowball going downhill. Okay, I just wanted to nip it like a vine growing around a tree. I just wanted to cut it before it wrapped all the way around the tree. So you have my word. This will be the last time I bring up any of that low vibrational stuff. So I love each and every one of you. 222. We're gonna continue to be master builders. Okay. You mamas out there, the true master masons. Love y'all. And as always and always. She said it. Love you guys.
Daddy, can we go to the carnival?